Can we fucking play Phantasy Star 2 now or what? This is the Imperial Schools of Honor podcast. I'm Josh Folan.
And I am Jay Baxton.
I am Jeff Burns.
And we are going to be bullshit about the formative years of console gaming as we revisit the periodicals that covered it again. We are bringing hell onto pure evil in an RPG side quest with this pod, where we incrementally fiddle with an old school RPG, start to finish, with the assistance of vintage game literature. Our current quest has been raining hellfire upon the vile sorcerer Hargon in Enix's 1990 release of Dragon Warrior 2 on the Nintendo Entertainment System. The accompanying literature of antiquity for us on this undertaking are literatures of antiquity, plural, are the 52-page pack-in instruction manual and the Unveiled Secrets of Dragon Warrior 2, a 30-page tome, also published by Enix around the time of the game's release stateside. A link to a PDF of both of those will be in the show notes, as it has been for the duration of the quest. And let's do our emulation disclosures, final for the game, so you know the tools with which we undertook our quest to defeat Hargon. Jay, how did you play this game?
I played with the amazing standard NES controller via my USB through NEStopia, of course.
Jab, how'd you rock it?
Same thing, NEStopia, and I just used the keyboard.
Word. I was on my Aberdeck 351 MP handheld emulator for the full grind, and it was beautiful. Likely how I'll roll on all future side quests where I'm not tied to OG hardware. I think I'll do this from moving forward. It's so nice to just be
interesting,
portable.
Yeah, that seems crazy to fucking have to focus at home on NES. That's crazy. Yeah.
The OG thing I love too, because there's a very cathartic aspect
of course I understand that, but
yeah, it's very nice to sit down with the NES Advantage, like in my living room with the table in front of me, the graph paper. There's a whole thing that comes with that I'm willing to forego the convenience side of it to feel again, so I can feel alive. Please rate and review the pod wherever you listen. If you enjoy our shit, it makes us feel fantastic about podcasting. Excited, guys. I'm really excited about this. Very, very, very excited.
I got a lot to say.
Yeah, so much to say. I've just been rocking back and forth. Well, I was able to divert my attention on some Zelda yesterday, Zelda VR. But other than that, I've just been rocking uncontrollably back on my couch, or rocking back and forth uncontrollably on my couch for weeks, waiting for you guys to catch up. So we can talk about this. So where we left off at the end of the last episode, that was copying the moon fragment in the Tower of Moon. And we were unified in our belief that we were ready to party on the home stretch of this role-playing video game. After that, let us turn the page and see how that would go. Personally, I had really no idea what I was supposed to do next, coming out of that tower. I knew I had the moon fragment, and that was new, and it would probably be something with that. But I wasn't exactly sure what to do, where to go at all, which is funny, because in hindsight, the astronomer tending to the chest in the Tower of Moon explicitly tells you what to do.
Yeah.
It was. I was disappointed in myself ultimately, but at the time, I did not know where to go, what to do, and I'm curious if you guys came out of there with some direction and some bearing and got right to it, or if you had to do a wander as I did.
Yeah, I felt like the instructions were pretty straightforward. You know, thinking of all the places I had gone, like. Upon going to the moon tower, I was like, all right, now I finally got this moon fragment. Now what? But then I kind of went back through my notes and I was like, well, yeah, like the only mountainous cavern that I hadn't been in, like, go based on these instructions, I kind of went there. So that it was kind of good to kind of know that and keep.
See, part of my thing was, well, I'll get to it, but yeah, I did not. Whatever. Jab, how did you come out of it? You've done this before. Well, that's actually a question that I don't think we've covered, Jab. At this point, late in the game, like, I understand you beat this that one time, but, you know, even there are things that I beat also, and plenty of things that I beat also. Some of them side quests that we've talked about at length on this podcast, where by the time we got late in the game, because that's part of the game you've done fewer times, just by the nature of fucking linear story progression. Are you working somewhat anew here, or is this all from memory at this point?
No, especially this part is still from memory. If I'm not mistaken, our next move was to go to the sea cave and use the moon fragment, right?
Affirmative.
Yeah. I mean, I just knew that because like that island's there and it's so clearly surrounded by those shallows and it's just begging for attention. But yeah, I remembered that from my previous playthroughs. Yeah.
So you guys keep talking about it. Like, how often have you seen this cave in your play? Like, you guys talk about it like, oh yeah, that fucking cave that I keep seeing. Like, I had no idea where this fucking thing was. Like,
so I had already looped. So I had gone already like from north to south or south to north, looking for like that pirate thing or something like once, and then going like when I went east the first time, like getting the leaf of the world tree and all that, and even I can't remember where else I was going. But I went up that way and passed it before. And so I remember thinking like, oh.
So what you're telling me is, because I listened, paid attention, and nailed the pirate treasure straight north of Leonport, I fucked myself in the exploration necessary to have any clue what I needed to do late in the game. Got it.
Maybe I mean, we got the map that you see. We got the map. And then on top of that, like after going through it, like Jab said, it's like, all right, something's going on with this place. Like that's
okay.
They talked about mountainous cavern. Where else could it be? You know,
I use the sea cave actually as a navigation point. It just must be the way that we traverse the map differently. Because so I'm looking at Osterfair. For whatever reason, and it's probably because I did some leveling. Fuck, I don't know, man. Maybe I did some leveling at Baran or at Welgarth, but I was definitely hanging out at Welgarth a couple times. But you swing around the southeast peninsula down at Welgarth, and then you go north. When you see the sea cave, you're like you're 6 tiles south of the fucking Osterfair Island. So you go up 6 tiles, you hit a right, and then you can see the island. So I used it as a reference point.
That's fantastic. Because that's incredible. I love it. Okay, so so I come out of fucking the tower, and I'm like, I don't know I have no idea what to do. So I'm like, I'm gonna go off on a tour of the southern towns and like try to talk to people, get some dialogue reminders, and see if I can get some direction, some bearing out of these people. So my plan is Toon, Baran, and then Osterfair. So I went west from Baran to get to Toon because the world is round, Kyrie, and I couldn't find land in my wander. So I'm just wandering around in that ocean? Effort. Yeah, in that effort. And I shit you not, I just cruised right up to the cave somehow or another. And this is, like I said, this is like right after I finish. Like, I got to the stopping point, and I'm like, I think I was the first one there for the last episode, and I think to myself, like, okay, I think that's a stopping point. Episode over, but I can't stop. I want to go. So I'm like, I'm just going to do a little bit more. And I set out to do this like moments after finishing the tower and just bump into this cave. And that was part of it. Like, I don't know if I was going to grind. I don't know. I don't even know if my plan was not to go further in the story. I don't think. Just kind of like, I don't know, just play a little more. And yeah, I just run into this cave, and I'm like, I don't think it had been on my screen a single time in the game.
Wow.
Like, it just looked completely foreign to me, and I was like, "That's gotta be it."
Yeah. Like I said, it's fucking designed begging for attention.
Right?
It is directly west. Like it is west. Like if you leave Baran, you have no choice but to go there. So west.
There's plenty of choices in that open ocean.
Well, I mean, but if you leave Baran, like if you're looking at the map,
sure,
if you just sail west, like
right on that latitude,
you're gonna look and kind of see it above. You know,
sure. So yeah, I almost certain I had not seen it, but it's I love that you mentioned that, Jab, because on a return trip for podcasting purposes later, I would work out that yes, the optimal way to set a course for this fucking place is to sail directly north of the World Tree, to literally around that peninsula and go directly north, and run right into it. So that's fantastic that that I would work that out, and that's also how you navigate that shit. I don't use it to find Osterfair. Like, I can find Osterfair no problem just sailing directly south from the Maidenhall monolith, like that peninsula south of Maidenhall. That runs you, that like points directly at Osterfair. So that's how I find Osterfair.
I can't remember why I would go to Osterfair. I know Like, what the fuck was I trying to do?
Well,
Maybe
that's
it was
what
when I got the armor,
Right, the armor guy is there.
Well, what the fuck was I doing in Welgarth? Anyways, my girlfriend's there, so maybe that's why.
Okay, so on this first visit, I figured maybe, fuck it, this is it. I whip out the moon fragment, and the shoal tiles fade away with a nice little animation, and you can access the cave. And like an idiot, again, just not connecting dots. It's happened to me so many times in this playthrough, and I'm very just sad with myself, I guess. But I didn't connect the dots until I cracked open Unveiled Secrets later after I finished the game. But the idea of using the moon fragment to do this, like that he's actually raising the tides high enough to sail over the reef, makes perfect sense. Like at the time I was performing the action in game, like the reefs were just disappearing in my interpretation. And I was like, that's ridiculous. But yeah, it's just raising the fucking tides, you moron.
Yeah, because you're a kid and you don't understand astrophysics. Now we understand astrophysics.
Well, apparently I didn't, because like I said, I'm talking about now.
I got it this time.
Yeah. Okay, so into the sea cave, and this place is an absolute shit show. Like, this is probably,
man.
I mean, that road to Rhone is fucked up too. But this is probably the most, well, I don't know, because it depends how you look at those mazes, that are in Rhone. Like I think, like, if you don't count the runaround of the mazes, I think this is the most sprawling of all our dungeons in the game.
Probably the most sprawling, but I almost feel exactly the opposite. Like, this cave, I was able to, I mean, let me just be explicit here. I was able to do this cave generally without cheating. Like, I might have fucking save stated to, like, go walk the dog or something, but, like, I was of sufficient ability and levels to navigate this cave. Okay. That's going to change when we get to Rhone.
Yeah. No, yeah, I'm not saying it's easier. I'm purely talking about the physical layout being the biggest. And there's so many, there's like those, it has all those little offshoot things, those fucking stairway things that they're essentially, it's the same idea as the mazes. They're just not completely full of shit. They actually have navigation. They're actually rooted in true real world physics.
I was straight up lost in this place. Like, I came in, I was like,
this was tough.
I need a map. Like, I came in,
yeah, you need a map. Where's your graph paper, Jay?
Didn't know where I was going, but I kept dying. So I was kind of like, man, do I need to grind? Like, what is going on here? It was not easy at first.
This game, you always need to grind, A. And B, I can't remember what B was.
I'm sure we'll get to it. So yeah, there's lava everywhere in here, and this is a new hazard tile. We have not seen it. Yeah, it really doesn't. It's almost like conveniently. You don't really. You got to do it on that to get to the one stairwell on that like big lava pit level. But for the most part, it's like conveniently out of your way.
A little bit, yeah. There's the one that is unavoidable, of course.
Right. Yeah, it ticks
but this
off.
Is nice that actually it paints a fucking like when you're a kid, these are just like tiles, and like it's the same thing with Final Fantasy. Like, you're able to paint kind of like these tiles make it clear that this is a fucking very volcanically active place, and Gurgu volcano vibes, and I'll mention it here, and then I'll mention it. I have it written down in my notes. I don't know where I'll fit it in, but I will at some point. But it would be cool to kind of remake some of these areas in like a Skyrim editor.
Yeah,
where you could place shit.
As I sit here playing Legend of Zelda in VR, Jab, yes. Oh my god. Oh my god. Nintendo is an idiot for not doing this, for not already having this and it not existing. Some fucking Yahoo all by his lonesome completely redid the game soup to nuts in VR. Nintendo could do it in a week. You know what I mean? They could do each one of these NES and Super NES, and probably even maybe you can talk me out of 64 being a little bit of an undertaking. But NES and Super NES, they could do it in a week. And the fact that they have not done it,
do it, dude.
Yeah, it's fucking. Oh my god, I just can't believe they're fucking dropping.
But how many people would buy that? How many people?
Everyone, literally everyone, that had a headset. Everyone.
I don't know that I would.
That's because you're the only person on the planet that hasn't played the original Legend of Zelda. Literally the only person.
That's a good point.
I've played it. I have not beat it. I never said I didn't play it. I definitely have played it.
Well, to your point about them getting this done in a week, I'm told that capitalism breeds innovation. So
right. There you go.
Proven true again.
This place is technically only 5 floors, but playing through it without a map, as I did, it felt like 50. And enemies in here include, but are not limited to, gas, graboopies, evil clowns, gold orcs, puppet men, evil trees, saber lions, metal hunters, and mega knights. And the first level, there's not really, I mean, it's like, again, like the lava's just conveniently out of the way. It kind of like almost directs you the way you need to go. But getting into the second level, there's just south of the stairway from the first floor, there's a chest. And I opened it, even though there is 0 chance of its contents meaning anything to me whatsoever at this stage of the game. But I opened it anyways, because what's the risk of opening chests in this game? In my understanding, there's none. Turns out, significant risk. The treasure chest was a trap. The poison weakened Todd. And there's an exclamation point at the end of the first sentence, and that is very apropos, because I had no fucking idea these motherfuckers were going to ultimate exodus my ass in here. Like, I understand I've never got this far in the game, so sure, it makes sense. But I didn't know this was in the syntax of this game. Like, I didn't know the DNA had trap chests in it. Yeah. Well, killed me. Absolutely killed me.
Fine. You have an antidote, though. It's fine.
I do now. I still had the POC alive at this point to fix this problem. Ooh. But later, that would change, and this would 100% impose stress on my completion of this dungeon. And that, I didn't expect it coming from that.
Oh, it didn't occur to me because, like, now, for whatever, maybe this is just like, a flaw in my amygdala, but, like, your brain is thinking, like, oh, shit, this can happen again.
Yes, it can happen.
I was not thinking that. I was just like, meh, fuck it. Like you said, I don't even open chests at this point. Like, so I don't really.
Well, again, it's just, there's, I think there's been some other instances of this in this game where, like, I didn't know. Again, I just didn't know it was in the vernacular. I didn't know it was in the syntax. Like, and it just like absolutely floors me. And then, just shakes your reality at the foundation of what you think you're playing, and you're like, "Fuck," it just changes it, which is good. I mean, it's good that it can surprise you this late in the game. I'm not necessarily knocking it, but that was a real flooring moment.
I mean, it definitely sounds like it added to the atmosphere.
Yes, for sure.
So.
There are a couple of soldiers stationed down here on the second floor as well, and holy shit, must these guys be low on the military totem pole for that to be the case. The first one is huddled in a nook with lava saturating all paths of his potential escape, right? And this guy says, "Hast thou found the wizard's home?" And it's one of those dialogue trees. You can say yes or no. For yes, he says, "Go then, for thou must defeat Hargon." And no, he says, "Thou art close to the island cave where lies an object of great power and greater peril." And I was figuring he must be talking about the Eye of Rubus here. But I was in an island cave, and I thought it's what the fuck he was referencing. So I just did not connect the dots here. I was like, this fucking game is broke. Like, this guy is talking about where he is. Like, and like, I just went off on a whole roleplay tangent. Like, fucking, he's delusional. He's in here. He's fucking completely off his rocker.
Lost it.
Yeah. I would put it together later, of course, but. So the second soldier is in a little less hairier of an immediate situation, but he's still hanging out right next to a lava moat, which is not, the thing that the brightest bulb on the tree would do. And he says, "In ancient times, a volcano rose from the seabed, and inside was a deep cavern," which, again, I'm thinking he's talking about where we are in that moment. Which, that one is even more, which is part of why I like retroactively inferred the previous one. What he said as being about this place, because this guy really sounds like he's talking about fucking a volcano, which is what we're in. Thought they were suffering from heat stroke or something. The third floor, or the part of it you first want to be on to be heading down the right path, you'll run into some of those big, giant golden doors right off the stairwell. And this is another, it's one of those crown moments from Final Fantasy. Or the Astos' castle, maybe it was where it was gate kept by the crown. But there's no way to get into this cave without the moon fragment. And there ain't no fucking way you're getting that without having your keyring fully stocked. So I think the only way you can interpret this door is as like a signal to the player that, like, you're on the right path. Like, basically a little fucking, you know.
Like, oh, that's the way to go.
Right, exactly. Yeah, right. Like
Finally.
the fucking the mess that you're in, you're doing it right.
There's no way that the path I need to go on is not behind this giant door.
I can't tell you the level of excitement when I saw that door, because that's the exact way I took it. I was like, oh, yes. What's next?
Right.
So, right on the other side of it is another trap chest. So, don't get too damn comfortable, dear adventurer. And this one I also opened like a mindless loot crate whore. And after my POC, this was after my POC had perished. So, yeah. So now I'm just stuck being poisoned the rest of the way.
Wait, let me get this straight. So you don't keep a leaf of the world tree on you at all times? 'Cause
I
that
had
got me
already
through
used it,
the
or maybe I didn't. Maybe I didn't bring one in this case, which is the extra dumb. Yeah, well, I told you I didn't even plan on going in here. So actually, I probably didn't have one.
Oh, yeah.
Because, I didn't plan on doing this. I just ran into it and I'm like, oh, I got to do it. Like, and like, at this point, I had not figured out the navigation thing of like north of the world tree, which is funny, borderline ironic even, that we're talking about not having a world tree leaf, and that's the route that I would later learn to bring me here. But I don't think, I had one. So, I was just fucked. That's and I certainly didn't have the revive spell yet. So I did the rest of the way, floors 4 and 5, and I guess the rest of 3 even, with 2 characters.
Oh, man. And 1 poisoned.
Yes.
Holy fuck.
1 poison, yeah. So the hallway here wraps around to the west and then southward for a long ways before bringing you into a room with 9 closely packed stairways down, each of which will drop you into a small clearing in a vast lava lake on the floor below. And the stairway you're after on that floor below is the one secluded on the west wall of the lava lake area. So put on your lava galoshes. The rest of the stairways are all just run around, some of them will take you down those. They're like, and this is like a RPG of the time thing too, where like similar to the Golden Door idea, where like it'll put you into these smaller compartmentalized hallway sequences that delude you into a sense of comfort that you're like getting somewhere that's good.
You're just being run around.
Right. But there's something about like the constant constriction and then like the hallway getting shorter that at least makes me feel like this is the right path.
This seems right.
Right, yeah. Like, and I don't know why that is, because then it really, I don't know. There's nothing about that should suggest that's the case. In any event, 5th floor is just a small room with lava lining both sides of a path leading to one lone rabbi standing by himself. And when you approach this individual, he says, "Such rudeness in a wizard's home is not acceptable. Perhaps I should turn thee into a frog." And that referencing of himself as a wizard seemingly further supported my soldier shit, right? So it's just, they just kept hammering it in. Like, okay, this is what those guys are talking about. So, I stand by my belief about that, much more so than my poor interpretation of the moon fragments usage. So he says that, and then another rabbi sprite comes running out of the fog of war behind him, and a battle with 2 evil clowns fires up. And I'm sorry to be juvenile, but the only way to see this situation, in my mind, is that the reason the first wizard is so uptight about your arrival is because we've just interrupted a sexual interlude between he and the other juggalo.
Oh my god.
Yeah. And I wish he'd have just talked to me before escalating things to physical violence, because Todd, Talent, and PETA are full-fledged allies of the LGBT community, and we would not have outed him in his conservative Orthodox religious sect that he's part of. So I don't know why he had to take it here, but he did not choose that route. And Todd vapes evil clowns for breakfast.
What's worse is he's got people in his employ stationed throughout the rest of his house. They could tell you, like, yo, man, the clowns, the juggalos don't want to talk right now.
That's a fantastic thing that I didn't think. I did not view them as aligned. I do not view those soldiers as in the employ of the overseers of this place. In my mind, they are like knights of the fucking kingdom that just aren't gonna make it. You know, they're here to do the same thing, and they're just not gonna make it.
Yeah, They don't seem to be too. They don't seem to be too concerned with taking care of the people, because instead, when you talk to them, it's not like they fight you and try to stop you from going further. They just spout some like ambiguous bullshit at you.
Precisely, yeah. There's some heat stroke delusions. So, yeah. I don't think they have anything to do with it. So yeah, they probably don't. That's funny that they don't even know these dudes are down here, and they're talking about wizards and misleading you, and like that's I would love for that to be the grand design of the story writers for the game, to have that plan, like to like partially confuse you with these guys who are suffering an episode, but have good intent, but are misleading you anyways. I love the idea of that, but I doubt it's that layered.
Probably not. You're right.
Yeah. But yes, I did just breeze past their mid-coitus corpses and into their love lair behind them, where a chest with the Eye of Rubus lies. I presume you guys did not have any trouble with these individuals. Yeah, I wish. Same thing too. Like, I feel like we're missing steps on the ladder of minions, of Hargon's minions. Like we do get those. Are the two in Hargon's castle or something new, right? They're another one. There's some kind of different.
I believe it's 3, but yes, what you're trying to say is what this game is kind of missing, that a game like Final Fantasy actually had, is we're missing mini bosses.
Well.
And you're going to get them present.
I was going to say, for the moment, we're missing them.
Yeah. Like they should use, there's one here, and there's a couple other ones. Like, even when you get to Osterfair, for that matter, they let the, I guess I could see that just being a regular-ass animal. But yes, this game is kind of missing mini-bosses, in a way.
Agreed.
Astos, for instance, being a great example.
Yes, absolutely.
Like, something like that is what we need there.
Mm-hmm. Agreed. Well, yeah, so I dropped them, but it was not a moment of celebration until I realized that, or remembered, I should say, that the POM had gotten her duplicate outside spell. Because I finished this and I was immediately thinking, like, oh god, I got to get back out of here because I don't have outside. I got to fucking work my way back up all 5 floors. There's no way I'm going to do it.
That would be tricky, especially poisoned still.
Right, exactly.
No way.
So, yeah, it dawned on me before I got out of this room. I was like, oh yeah, I got the duplicate one. So, and I think I might even... There's a couple instances. There's Step Guard as well, and when I've gotten them each time in the moment, I thought to myself, like, why? Like, why do I need 2 of those? This is why.
Yeah, exactly.
With the Eye of Rubus in hand and the CK behind us, there's really nothing left to do but turn our attention to truly unexplored territory, and that is Rhone. And kind of similar, like, I knew where that was this time, but I didn't, that it doesn't, we haven't been there. We don't know. I know that cave is going to get us there, but I don't really know. I have no idea how the flow of this is going to go, and my expectation is actually that it's just going to be like a gauntlet run to Hargon. Like, there's not going to be any fucking gas. There's not going to be any gas stations or fucking truck stops. Like, I'm just doing a straight shot across the country here, was what I'm thinking. So I come out of this and I'm like, okay, I got to go back to Baran to get my affairs in order. I got to set up camp. I gotta lay down an Imperial Scrolls of Honor save in case I need to pull the ripcord on any fucked up situation, and return spell to a safe place. Like, I do this whole thing like out of the way and kind of get set before I set out on it, which is funny to me because in hindsight you don't need to do that. Well, I don't know, maybe it's not a bad idea, but even like in doing it, like, I'm thinking I'm going to like be back and forth, even that I'm going to go in, I'm going to come out, I'm going to go in, I'm going to come out, and not even for the reason that you actually have to. Like, I had forgotten about the life crest going into this. I didn't even know that there would be anything other than just go straight to Hargon. Like, I was completely out of touch with what to expect here, yet again.
Oh man, I for such a note taker, Josh, I'm surprised. Like I had it laid out. I'm like, okay, I got the Eye of Malroth. Where's the 5th crest? Based on my notes, northwest of Welgarth is like an isolated valley. Like I gotta go there. I need the Eye of Malroth. I should be good. Like, you know, if that valley is the monolith from Bran where I went before, like, but I may need to grind because last time I went, I got my ass handed to me. And that would hold true.
Yes, that is absolutely true. So you have to go back to Bran, and yes, you mentioned it. Behind the House of Healing is that little whirlpool. So I would hop that Whirlpool Express train, and I think of this as this is going to be meaningless to you, Jab, but Jay, I think of this as the G train, and anyone from NYC should know exactly what that means. It is a seldom running train that isn't taking you anywhere you actually fucking want to go.
Yes. It took me a while to figure out how to get to that monolith. Because the first time I landed there, I don't know how I roundabout got there. Like I didn't remember getting there. And so like I started going through all the other monoliths. Like one of these takes me there. Like how the fuck do I get there? And then I just said forget it and went to Bran. I knew I had to go back to Bran anyway, you know, for those same reasons. So I went there and I was like, oh, wait a minute. Oh, it's this fucking place. Like, makes total sense.
Yeah, it's I love, you know, I don't think, is there another time in the game where a whirlpool is essential? I don't think so, right? No. Like they're prevalent, they're everywhere, and you can use them to your convenience, but I don't think it's a requirement anywhere. So I like that they like worked this in, you know, as like.
Well, it's interesting. I guess I just misunderstood the map. I felt like it was a requirement. Where was it, in Osterfair? Like that place?
Yeah, you mentioned it. Yeah, to get that. Yeah, you mentioned that's how you got to Osterfair.
Oh, right, you did. Yeah, I actually when you asked that. Yeah, sorry.
I thought you had to use that to get there. When it looks like you could kind of get there, you know, like through boating.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
No, yeah, when I got the ship, I went right out. And that was the first place I went when I got the ship, I think.
Yeah, you guys mentioned like, is there anywhere else that it's needed? And I was like, maybe when you get the armor of Gaia at Osterfair, and I was like, no, you can just sail there.
Yeah. It looks like it's shoaled off, like and mountained off,
right? No, yeah, you have to, obviously fully explore it to see that little crack in it for sure. Yeah. Anyhow, so you come out of this. To get to the whirlpool, there's a bunch of little dumb shit to even get into the Cave of Roan that already do. And again, remember everything I say about this is coming from the perspective that this is a straight shot. That we're not going to have some pit stop there. So I'm coming out of this as I'm starting this my first time, my fucking Road to Roan grind, and I like it. It bothered the shit out of me that you had to burn 8 MP off your POC's cache just to start the journey to step guard and go. Yeah, like you know, you're already like they're already attritioning me, and I'm not even out of the town yet.
Like you're nickel and diming it. You're like, I'm paying off this one guard to get through, and like, oh, you got to pay the tax fee to get to the. Why did you pay the second tax? I just paid you. What's going on?
Yeah, I was like, oh, you motherfuckers, man, this is gonna be brutal.
my friend, you got to pay me. You want to cross the street? You got to pay me. No, you got to pay me first. You cross the street.
Trolls, dude, fucking bridge trolls. This Divinity Sin game that Amy and I are playing. Every fucking troll, every bridge in the game has a fucking troll on it. And they like charge asinine amounts of money, like relative to the economy. Like they are completely delusional about the services they are providing.
We don't get no tolls. We don't eat no rolls.
Yeah. So you come up out of that subway stop just east of that suspicious-looking symmetrical swamp that looks like a welcome mat in front of a door. What's behind me right now? It's like perfectly symmetrical right around where the thing is. So they were not trying to hide this by any length. I head to the edge of that and I fire up the Eye of Malroth, and the screen starts shaking and flashing white, suggesting lightning, I guess. And the mountains part in probably what I would guesstimate is maybe a 3-frame animation, which isn't bad for NES, I suppose. NES overworld RPG map animations, anyways. And it reveals a cave entrance right where it should be relative to the welcome mat, and you have to then trudge through swamp tiles. So more unavoidable resource drain on the party. You know? Except the POM, who I didn't even notice, and we didn't talk about it at the time, but the water flying cloth nerfs both lava and swamp tiles.
Yep.
Which, you wouldn't expect for armor on your
That's
mage
helpful.
character. You know, yeah,
that's
for
very
sure.
helpful.
So inside, I immediately fall into a pit trap. And so, like, again, like...
This place sucks, man.
I, like... Just like the chests, man. Like, the trap chests. Like, didn't know those were in this game. Like, if it happens, and I'm like... You know, I don't even believe... When it first happens, I'm not even sure...
Like, what happened?
Yes. Is that a pit? Like, did I don't know. Is it a spell? Like, I just don't know. I didn't even... Because, again, it just hasn't been there at any point in the game up to this. So, like, just dropping it on the final fucking dungeon is just, like, I don't know. It's such a left field thing that... And, like, I also have this built up... Like, my syntax is built up for this game is built up through the entire first game, too. So, there's some level... There's so much carryover that I feel like I'm even more certain that the vernacular of the game is established, that I'm not going to get new things, you know? Like, I have 2 games worth of, like, this is how this universe works. So, like, yeah, just fucking, I don't know. In both those cases, I was just so like, what the fuck, man? So, yeah, so you drop down to the floor below, and it's just hordes of fucking horkers everywhere. It's the only enemy down there. Yeah, and they're everywhere. What'd you say, Jeff?
I love this room. It just like you said. I mean, just like it's full of. You can't take 2 steps without running into a hork, and the fucking. We'll talk about what's down here, but like it's just a room full of undead.
Yeah,
just corpses, and like you know, everywhere you go, you can envision like you can't see them on the screen, but like the way I role played it and envision it, like for myself in the story, is like you fall down there, you can see them everywhere. And they're so numerous that like, you know, even though they're slow, even though they're, you know, meandering and whatnot, like you're still going to unavoidably run into them pretty often and have to deal with them. It's an awesome room. I love this room. And there's nothing in it. That's the coolest thing about the room.
Yeah, and if you look at it with maybe traditional zombie lore or the way, you know, most fucking zombie story worlds work as far as just their biology, they'll often, you know, they are fueled by living flesh. So if they are devoid of that for a long time, or if they're deprived of that for a long time, they, run out of energy. And like, they fucking just like, we'll just lay down or fall out, however it happens, whatever. Mm-hmm. But oftentimes you will see scenes where once that stimuli is once they register it, they like reanimate, you know, and like start seeking that out. So like the idea that like some of them, you have the floor is just covered with them, and some of them are going to be too far gone. So you're not, it's not going to be every single one you see expecting to come at you, but you're like trudging through, and like who the hell, who knows which one's just going to like spring to life, you know? So like, yeah, if you really think about it, it's a really cool, just image that they've painted down here. I agree.
Yeah, and they definitely turned the encounter frequency up in this room. I mean, it's every like 3 steps, if that. Yeah. Honestly, it's sometimes every step.
Yep. And yeah, and like I'm coming into this thinking again that I'm just poking my head in and taking a look here. I'm not trying to get anywhere, but thinking of like in the future when I have to come back through here, and like there's pits that are going to drop me down here, and that's how big of an attrition problem is this. Just this huge room, no way out, and that you know of, because you can't, you literally, I mean, if you drop down in the right place, you can't see anything. Like there's just nothing anywhere, like all the way to the it's just, you can't even see a wall if you fall in the right place, so just who the hell knows how to get out of here, and you got to just wander around. The intent here for how many times they put you at risk for having to fucking come in here and cast outside and go heal and come back is ridiculous.
Easily the worst part in the entire game. Easily.
This cave or this floor?
Cave.
Okay.
Oh, this cave is the worst part of the game. Yes.
Yeah, there's no debating that. This is probably not the worst floor though.
No.
Yes. So really, but here's the thing though. As fucked as that is, there is also a beautiful part of the storytelling of this because it's. I mean, I guess it's possible to get through that ground floor without falling in a pit. I think it's highly unlikely, and I think what they did here, they have to put you through that in order for this to work the way they wanted it to work. You know what I mean? Where you come down here and you wander and you find this treasure chest in the southeast corner that it looks like I just walking up to it, I was 1,000% certain that it was going to be empty. Like either that or trapped. Trapped and empty, maybe. You know? Like there's just no chance that this was a chest that had any benefit to me whatsoever. But I am a loot whore and I'm gonna go get it anyways. And you know, and I'm also doing a fucking podcast, so I gotta fucking do everything, you idiot. You know? So you subject yourself to this Horker horde, trundling your ass over there. And fun fact I learned about my phone while doing this in this very moment and kept writing Horker. My phone autocorrects Horker to Hitler. which is I mean, you're not wrong, iPhone, but interesting.
Is it pronoun Hitler? Is it like capitalized?
Yes, yeah, capitalized. I mean, what else?
I don't think I've ever encountered this before, and I'm a history guy, so I actually, believe it or not, I type the word Hitler more than
I don't, you know, there's only so much. That's a great debate, and I would love to talk to someone at Apple. How much of their predictive texting and autocorrecting is based on your actual history, and how much of it is just based on some sort of fucking what do you call that? The
scientific.
The collective
closeness of
what's the singular? How much of it is based on the singularity of you know, all iPhone typing? You know, I'd love to know that.
I just typed out Hitler and it did pronoun it. I don't think it pronouns Nazi though.
Okay. Here's the thing. It's not even a matter of pronouncing.
I'm a history fan, man.
It's not even a matter of pronouncing it. It's that it autocorrects it. Like it changes the word to Hitler is more important to me. I mean, if it didn't capitalize Hitler, I would be shocked because, you know. But this is like the Dragon Lord thing. Like that's why when that happened, when I was doing the notes for the first game, it was so beautiful to me because I think that was, you know, I'm sure I typed Dragon Lord some, but not some ridiculous amount. I would love for that to be part of the singularity. That enough Dragon Lord has been typed into iPhones enough that it's like it can recognize like when you meant to type that. I love that, and it's not just me typing Dragon Lord 80 times because I'm fucking, you know. Again,
no, it's just us. We're doing most of the work here.
Probably. Anyways, but that looming sense of dread about this chest turned out to be misguided pessimism. As in this chest, you find the life crest, and I felt like Natalie Portman at the Oscars, guys. I was nearly bursting into tears with just unforeseen joy. It's like they're just so good. These RPGs are so good. I was and like, you know, coming into the end of this game, I was so excited about. We haven't done one yet that I don't know what's going to happen, you know, and like there's so much emotional attrition. Yes, there's attrition of my characters in these games, but there's so much emotional attrition of playing these fucking things for podcasting purposes, as encompassing as I do, that I do them without that emotional payoff of these surprises is even more taxing, I think. So to be in a situation where I could get this, and I get it so many times here at the end of the game, in the end run of this game, and this was the first like big one for me where I was just like, fucking great.
So you got this on your first trip?
Yes! I had been here like 4 minutes, dude. I had been here like 4 minutes. I drop immediately down, and I wandered to the southeast instinctively, somehow or another. I think, anyways. I'm pretty sure I didn't go any other route. And yeah, I find this chest, and I'm like, again, there's just so much expectation that it's gonna fuck me and stab me in some way. And not. It's like a huge payoff. It was great. It was just great.
Gotcha. I ended up getting that not until after coming in here, getting my ass handed to me several times, going out, leveling up, finally getting the Shield of Strength for the Prince of Canuck, then coming back. So it took me a while. And then I came back and I was like, oh shit.
Yeah,
I felt the same way.
I was very curious. Yeah, I like, it was happening to me, and I'm thinking to myself, like, again, thinking about developer intent. how well did they do this? How unavoidable is this experience that I just had? You know, like is it? Are they able to railroad you into this so it happens, or do you fucking, you know, is it more common to do a bunch of return trips and shit? I was very curious to hear whether you guys had fucking done the exact same thing or had some runaround.
Nah, I had the same experience as you, like the second time, I think, coming back in here after coming in here and getting just pieced up, like, all right, forget it, I'm gonna grind outside in that area, outside the swamp and all that, and then all right, I'm gonna try to make some upgrades and then come back again. And then that second time I came in, the same thing happened. Where I was like, oh shit, look at that. I was mad that I fell in the hole, but then I was like, oh shit, look at that.
Yeah.
I got all 5. Let's go.
Roller coaster of emotion. I can't remember, where is the stairwell? It's in the southwest, the stairwell, isn't it? The bottom left corner?
To get to what? The
stairwell in the Horker room.
I thought it was like center west. Let me see if I can find it real quick.
Yeah.
Did we? I kind of zoned out there for a minute. Did we talk at all about the narrative possibilities of putting the Crest of Life in what is essentially a giant?
No, yeah, and like as we were talking about it, yes, that dawned on me as a nice connection. I like that.
Yeah,
the poetry of that as well.
Yeah, and I was like, when I found this in my mind, I played. It looks like there's actually several stairs back up, spaced almost equally on quarters along a quadrant. The one I dealt with was stairwell C, which is in the southwest corner. But yeah, so the way that I played with this role playing and narrative wise, I kind of imagined the Crest of Life as being like not an all entirely good item, like maybe a little evil, a touch of evil, a little nefarious, like maybe it like, you know, draws in like all the life energy around it or something.
Well, I think, you know, I guess we haven't really talked about this, but I think I would think these crests represent all have like a yin and yang thought to them. Like that they're not that, you know, as all of the universe, it's all an amalgamation of good and bad. It's not black and white, you know. The universe is not black and white. It's every shade of gray you can imagine, you know. So I would think they're all like these stalwarts of the fiber of our world, or, you know, these characters' world. Life, sun, moon, water. You know, they're not. It's not just the elements. These are like fire. Like these are the things that like the building blocks for the universe.
True, but also I think it makes perfect sense. Like that's where Hargon would put it. Like there's no effing way they're going to get the life crest, because I'm going to put it in a place where you're going to die. You know, like
these aren't. I don't. The Hargon has nothing to do with these. I think has that been stated
in there?
Well, I think much like the Wizard Rubus, like there's like this infrastructure set up for when shit goes really sideways in this world. Like you know what I mean? There's like Erdrick and, you know, probably some fucking group of wise men back when the Dragonlord thing went down, and they talk, like Rubus says when we get to him, you know, he says like, I think me and Erdrick fucking worked out a plan for in a time of need for me to be able to help the people who are, you know, trying to set things right. And I think these crests are part of that system.
That even fits even more perfect than like without Hargon. And then it's like, yeah, like the right warrior has
exactly. Yeah, only the right people can find these things.
Get through this, you know, field of dead, right?
And that is absolutely is absolutely the intent for all of them, I think, you know. And that it almost the rest of them, although I don't know, I can see how you can get there, because the water one is being guarded by those two fucking gremlins in the prison.
Essentially underwater.
Right. Well, yeah, that part makes sense, but I'm saying like the discounting of Hargon being involved, like why are they there? I don't know. I guess if those things have been, you know, who knows? Like you can probably argue either side of it. Like you could say that like whoever the little fucking intern fuck who had to go around and hide all these, like I hide Easter eggs for my dog. Like I started a new system with Miyagi on Easter. We got a Easter basket and shit, which we do every year for the most part. But we came up with the idea of getting the little plastic eggs and putting treats in them and hiding them around the apartment. So this little motherfucker, he loves it. He's totally into it, and he immediately was able to like, because they have a little hole in them so you can smell the fucking treats. I'm sure he can, and he like is able to gently pop them open to get the treat out too without shattering the egg and fucking swallowing and killing himself or anything. So yeah, it's fucking amazing. So we did that on Easter, and he liked it so much that now we do it every time he goes outside. If Amy takes him outside, I put a treat and an egg and hide it somewhere in the apartment. And this motherfucker is incredible. Like, I am increasingly trying to make it more difficult for him. And this motherfucker finds him, man. Every time he finds him, and like, you hear it. Like, I'll forget about it sometimes. Like, he goes off on it, and you'll just hear, like, out of nowhere, you'll just hear like a little pop. And it's him cracking the egg open, and then a little rattle of him getting the treat out. It's fucking great. But yeah, same concept. The person doing that, hiding these things, like, where will they be that, only these motherfuckers will find if that are the right people, and like, like, okay, we got these two gremlins locked in a thing. Like, yes, they've been there for a long time. I don't know. Does he just throw it in? Does he put it in their food? And, like, well, I don't know how he delivers it in there, but yeah, you could say that even if it seems like they are possessed by, like, that king in Osterfair, like the idea that he has one, like, who the, yes, he's a king, I guess, but I don't know. He seems like the most trivial of all the fucking monarchs in this world. Why would he be the one that gets?
Maybe that's why. Maybe
I guess. Maybe, yeah.
Throw you off the scent, like, don't give one to the United States. Give it to the smallest country that nobody.
Give it to somebody in Guyana.
Kazakhstan. Wait, Kazakhstan. Yeah, Kazakhstan. Yeah, that's it.
You know what the capital of Kazakhstan is?
Is Uzbekistan.
That's another country. It's a stan.
Okay, so let's get back to let's focus here. Let's focus. Okay, so once you get back up to the ground floor and navigate to the stairwell up to the floor above, without falling in a pit, of course, you will find yourself in the first, not the only, goddamn motherfucking cocksucking prick ass fuckface endless maze in this dungeon. This one's not too bad. I actually aimlessly wandered my way right through this to where I needed to get to and found that. Yeah, I don't know. I just went east and like. I am not joking, dudes. I went down, pure luck, wandered into. I decided to turn out of that hallway to the south to find that room. Just fucking the first time. And again, much like the first one, I was thinking to myself, like, am I just like a pawn in these motherfuckers, fucking like manipulative game design where this is happening, or am I just the luckiest son of a bitch ever?
I hate you. Oh my gosh.
Well, it makes you feel any better. The second one did not go nearly as well, so don't worry. I had my moments, trials and tribulations. It was not all ice creams and rainbows, ice cream cones and rainbows for me in here. But yes, so if you do not find the stairs immediately, you will be exposed and have a chance to mingle with all the friendly hosts of this fine establishment. And those are Mega Knights, Oswargs, Dark Eyes, Orc Kings, so on and so forth. And I was thinking to myself at the time, like, phenomenal for grinding, which is what my intent for coming here is. My job, or my intent of coming to this cave here is I'm just going to grind in here, and I expect to have to go back and come back multiple times. So, I'm living this duality of like, this is great for my actual intent, but if I was trying to get through here and get to the fucking end of the game, this would be really fucked up.
Yes. I don't know what level, like, what level did I end last episode? Like, freaking 15 or something? Like, I don't know, but it feels like monumentally low compared to the amount of time I've spent in and around this freaking place.
Yeah, no, I was not, I don't think, I didn't, I do talk about it in my Tales of the Grind, so I'm not sure what I first went in here as, but yeah, I mean, I was not,
oh my gosh.
I needed to grind more before I did this. But again, that was what I was doing. That's what I was doing. It turns into, I guess, spoiler alert, it turns into not that at one point. Because I feel like I'm so close, and I'll get to that too, but like, it was not, I thought I was so close, or I expected I was so close to not getting through the cave, but I must be close to Erdrick's armor. Was my thought. Like that was what was another loot crate was what was dragging me through here emotionally. It was not like to get to fucking Roan. I was just like there's no way I'm not close to the armor that I want so badly. So I'm not gonna fucking go back and I'm gonna push it to the limit here because I gotta be close to that.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting.
With that in mind, I dead end into a room with a lone treasure chest. As I think I'm on the. So yeah, you go up on the next floor, and this is where you will find. This is the maze floor. This is the real maze floor, and I think right. Yes. Whatever the case, I'm on a floor, and I dead ended this room. There's a lone treasure chest, and again, like after I had that fucking life crest experience. Just 30 minutes prior, so I'm like, oh, this they would a chest like this in here. You're not bumping into chests regularly, too. That's the thing. It's not like there's a bunch of dumb shit in here that you're getting chests for. At least to this point.
What?
Well, at this point, I hadn't because again, I didn't have to wander on that second floor.
Oh,
there's just a life crest. There's nothing on that floor with the pits. So I had. It's not like you're getting a bunch of chests. And again, I have an expectation of like. Kind of like the Dragonlord's Castle in the first one. Like this is the main dungeon. They're not gonna dick me around here. There's just in the Dragonlord's Castle. There's I guess he has the treasury, but that's almost like a narrative thing. It's not even it's just like a set piece. Not like you're not gonna bump into that and think you found something, right? So, anyways, yeah, I opened this fucker and 137 pieces of gold. It's like snatching away your
motherfucker.
Yeah, like what the fuck am I gonna do with 137 gold right now?
Oh my
like literally nothing. Literally fucking nothing. So I, again, this is my intent is to find these. There's two major things in here. There's the Thunder Sword and there's Erdrick's armor, and I didn't get either one of these things on my first time through here, and that would significantly flavor the rest of the game for me. So I'm curious if you guys were able to find either of those items before you got to Roan, or if you also had to go back to them.
Of course. Are you kidding me? Do you know how long it took me to get through this cave, Josh? I don't understand. It feels like I played
this. Any indicator, it was a long time.
It feels like I played this cave for like 2 weeks. Like, it really does. So I found, those were my goals as well. Like, let me get those two things. Like, I really need those. Yeah, I found them, but like it took me so long that like by the time I was so frustrated by the end of it that I was like, I'm looking up a video and I'm like, but like I'm watching like the first 5-10 minutes of the video and I'm like, I've already know those places. I've been to all of those. Like I can go there in my mind. Like I know this where I get more gold and get dropped in a hole and get sputter. I was so annoyed. It was like I basically been through like 95% of the whole damn place by that point.
That's fucking great.
So I found everything and did not need to come back. Once I was through here, I never came back again. Never once. See ya.
Jab, are you able to find these? You can't find this shit from memory. There's no way. There's no way to memorize this cave.
No, I did not memorize. I did not really recall this cave very well. And at this point in the game, I remember when I said the condition of my save scumming was going to change. This is where it changed.
Me too. I also save scum do this. Yeah. How do you do this part of the game without save scumming?
I think the only way to do it.
Wait.
The only way to do it is be like level like 40 or something.
Yeah. Wait, when you guys say save scumming, what do you mean? Like you?
It's the only way to get through that.
Were
maze.
you like saving?
I was saving once I decided that I was in, or once I ascertained that I was in a maze. And that's the thing too. There's so many legs to the save scum or to the fucking maze that I even with save scumming, I was terrified.
See, I think that's what the thing was. I think I went through all the wrong ways first, like literally every wrong.
Me too.
way
I feel that way too.
But like because I had failed every single time, I didn't even try. Like there was no saving for me. I was just like, I'm back like at the beginning of the cave and we're starting again because I know I can't go that way. Like there has to be the right one way. So like at the end of it, like that's one thing that I feel proud about myself now that I did not save scum at all. I just kind of knew because I died all the other times, went all the other ways, direct route. and I could like get through.
That's great. But yeah, I mean,
still with running, not
of
with
course,
fighting
yeah,
every battle.
no, of course, yeah. I'm running here too. Yeah, I'm not fighting anything, and like, yeah, absolutely, Jesus Christ, yeah. It's like I don't even know, like I almost want to say I'm not trying to qualify having to save scum, but I don't even know. I guess there is yes, it's helpful because if you do save scum at each right thing, you will be.
I was terrified to do that.
Right, exactly. But the way it works, it takes you back to like fucked up play. Like save scumming can make it harder. I guess what I'm fucking really slowly
tricky,
getting to.
right?
That's why I didn't want to do it too.
Yeah,
yeah.
I mean, you do start to recognize the things that it takes you to, but there's enough. Like that part that like snakes back and forth, like that this back and forth part, like, and that just goes, man. Like it goes more, like that's the fucked up thing about it. It goes more. It's not just one screen that like you can like go through multiple screens before you realize that you're in that you're not getting anywhere. I went down that part that snakes, man, for like I don't even know how many loops of the right and left ways. Yeah, dude. Oh my god.
Absolutely.
Just absolutely brutal. Well, going back to the items, whenever you get them, if it's returning or you're getting them here, let's go through them because they are the most legit shit in the game. So the Thunder Sword is on a part of the 4th floor that is only reachable by falling. This is so far. I can't believe you found this. This blows my mind. Like I feel like
I don't know how I found it. I honestly
don't
know.
Luck is how you found it.
Yeah.
I didn't get this.
To answer the question,
I didn't get the sword. I got the armor. I didn't get the sword. I was on a time crunch at this point. And I was just trying to get through, so I was like, I'll get the armor and fucking just try to go through. Oh, I've also now, I remember astute listeners will remember when I said I was going to roleplay, I'm just going to do Erdrick's gear the whole game. No. That's not going to work. At a certain point, I went back to, that's why I was at Welgarth. That's right. I went back to Welgarth, and I got the light sword, and I roleplayed it that somebody, I guess you could say, when you do the Rubris thing, somebody fucking enchanted my sword of Erdrick and made it the light sword.
Okay.
So it just gives me a little extra, and there it is.
He does say, let me put some magic onto you. He says, I got some magic for you. So that's surely what he's talking about.
Exactly.
So you beat it with the light sword? Fascinating.
Yeah, but again, I save scummed a lot. Yeah, and then while I was in Welgarth, I roleplayed that me, the Prince of Maidenhall, the future king of an entire kingdom, married my girlfriend there, and she is now my wife, and it's really, really bad for kingdom politics because that's just a terrible idea.
Sure.
Shouldn't be marrying commoners.
Yeah, marrying a peasant that's bad.
Just
bad
fucking
news.
horrible. But I'm a bad king, and you guys are in trouble now.
Okay. well, so getting this fucking thing, you have to fall into a pit trap on the 6th floor, and you go into another huge open square room on 5. That's just like the Horker pit on 1. And I don't remember what's in there, and I don't think it's the same enemy. Oh, actually, no, it's those attack bots. It's full of the attack bots.
In the same way the Horkers were?
Not quite as frequently, but yes, every fight is one of them. Maybe even they pair them with other stuff. I can't remember, but it's the fucking robots. And not good.
Death.
Not good. Those attack robots are impossible right now.
They get to attacks too.
Yeah. Yes, they are ridiculous. So you have to fall into that room, and then you have to fall into another. So the whole room, it's not like it's full of pits, if I recall correctly. You have to fall into another pit in the southwest corner of it, like way down in the southwest corner, like one diagonal tile from the corner of the room. You have to fall, just figure that out and just fall into it. How the fuck would you ever do that? Right. Why would you ever go? There's not even anything over there to like attract your attention to it. There's no marker whatsoever.
There's no reason for you to be there.
Yep. None. And yeah, I mean, you're not even, again, like it's not even a part of the game to expect pits. That's the one time it's happened on that first floor. Like I had deluded myself into thinking like, that's a one-off, That's a one-off. Like that's not gonna be a problem. that we're constantly doing. And then you fall on one here, like okay, maybe not, but like I'm not gonna have to do that through 2 rooms, not to get anywhere helpful. There's no way. There's no way. But so yeah, you fall down into through the second one, and you come into this little room with a chest, and this thing is a massive come up. It adds 80 attack power, so it's a plus 15 over the light sword that you were rolling with, Jab. And just like the Thunderstaff, it can cast Infernos, though I do not know what kind of moron would ever forego the melee damage
Yeah, no thanks.
for that. I guess if you're just fighting dumb shit and you want to kill more than one thing, maybe, but that's not happening against these enemies in here. And then the other big thing is, yes, Erdrick's Threads, and they are just down, like, so, perfect example, of how things took a turn for the worse on the latter part of this for me. Like, the only branch on that 4th floor that I did not go down was the one to the southeast. I tried every other one of them and did not do that one. And that is the part of this hellhole where you have to go to get the armor. And this adds 40 defensive power, and it's only fit for your Mind Hall Air, of course. That's only a plus 5 over the Armor of Gaia, which... While that is kind of disappointing, it was very nice to just casually chuck the Armor of Gaia into the dirt next to the chest to even open this fucking thing. Yeah, like, inventory spots are serious premium at this point in the game. So, yes, you're not keeping... I did keep my Erdrick's sword the whole time. So, I did burn one spot on that.
So did I.
I just couldn't bring myself to throw it away. But the Armor of Gaia... Not of Erdrick's line. I just chucked that shit right in the dirt like a fucking baller. which was kind of nice. And then Erdrick's armor nerfs both swamp and barrier tiles for your for the Prince of Mind Hall, which is nice. That's very clutch for where Hargon's castle takes you. It's a very important change.
But it's funny because it doesn't even change the fact that you still need to cast Step Guard.
No, not the one. If you want the rest of it to stay alive,
POC doesn't get out of it, so at all. In fact,
well, no, it does not. The water flying clothes don't work on barrier tiles either.
Not barriers.
So,
right.
So she dies too, or gets hurt too. So down here, I bump into a green dragon wandering around one of those branches on that level that I did not go down the Erdrick's Armor hallway for, and. This is another moment, just like the Light Crest, dude. My fucking jaw dropped. It is the exact same sprite. It's the exact same sprite. That doesn't happen at all. I mean, I guess the slimes kind of, but even those, I feel like there's a little bit of tweaking to them, They're not the exact same
not
sprite.
Exact, I mean.
Right. But the green dragon is the exact same sprite as in the first game. And this is mastery level subtle nods of nostalgia from Enix here. Like, there's just... eons before anyone knew what that was. They were doing it like masterfully. And we've a million times over talked about how they developed this skill and honed it even further as this game lineage works its way down the line. But the fact that they were doing it in this one, the second installment, is just it blows my mind. It's so fucking good and so impressive. Really,
that is fascinating. Yeah. When I saw the sprite, I just had this feeling like, oh, that's a really cool sprite. I don't know why. I just kind of feel like,
Jay, that's called nostalgia. I'm glad that you're able to experience it now. That we have led you blind and whining through the dark on these RPGs.
They're like, remember these green dragons? Yep, they're still here. They're still living.
Yep. So really fucking cool. And I would also find a couple of chests just past the dragon, thinking again, because I had to come back for the other one. So I'm thinking maybe, the dragon's guarding fucking Erdrick's Armor or something. Nope. Just one trapped, and that was cool too. With this trap chest, it was not poison this time. It was 46 damage to Tatarino. So it was just like a I don't know,
explosion or something.
Who knows? Yeah. It did not define the damage type. Piercing or whatever the other option would be, but it was a different kind, and that was very cool to me that they differentiated. So there's another maze up above that floor, and yes, this is the really, 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 really tough one, and it's. I mean, I don't know. Is there anything to even talk more about here? I don't know. We kind of
on a maze, not really.
Yeah, I decided
it's miserable. You get through it. You're happy you got through it.
I mean, so to be clear about my playthrough at this point, like I'm underleveled and I am role playing stupid equipment shit. So like I'm in trouble and I got to finish this shit. So I'm looking at maps at this point, and the way that I'm justifying my behavior at this point is I'm like, well, you know, this is really just kind of fence testing and finding the lowest level possible that you can finish this game at, if you know where you're going. So okay. I looked up maps because if I didn't, I wouldn't be.
I'm pretty sure I used the pack-in map, but I'm trying to remember what the fuck the pack-in map might show for that maze stuff, because it can't be helpful.
It definitely wasn't that helpful to me, I'll tell you that. Because I also left here feeling underleveled. Like, I know my princess was level 17 coming, like, when I made it through here. And I think I think the prince of Mine Hall was maybe 26 at most. And I was still like running, getting smacked up all over the place.
Yeah, the enemy. So yeah, the enemies advance as you work your way through here too. And the enemies in this maze, we haven't talked about that. That's worth talking about, I guess. The enemies in this maze are you get parties of 4 of those green dragons. What? Like, that's insane. That's insane. And you get the attack bots. Yeah, and I think they are alone in that pit room, because out here it was significant to me that they were paired with other shit, which is super fucked, of course. And then so you get those battles that are like they're just impossible. If you don't get away, save load. Like there's just you're fucked. You know. So you have that like one end of the spectrum, and then also, and this is just such a good dig out of these motherfuckers, they will give you parties of 1 or 2 metal babbles.
Oh my god!
With just a whole screen of healers, and you're not gonna it's just like the slimes in the first one. You're not gonna not fight those battles, right. You know. And those fuckers are just they're gonna cast the flame thing once and then run. The motherfucker, yeah, they're gonna run. The pricks are gonna run. So
pure attrition.
It's just. It's the Mega Man Extra Life stuff. Like they know they got you in the palm of their hand.
The one thing I will say, so this cave is hard, and the internet tells me that the game was rushed at the end, so like they didn't really test the very end of the game. So I'm assuming that's like talking about this cave and then Roan. That's the rumor is like they just had to get it out and they didn't properly test it, so like some of the shit shouldn't have existed necessarily or been like this, which I would say we all believe at this point. But the one bit of credit that I will give them that I didn't expect going into this cave is you can run from shit pretty consistently. It's the only thing that saves you, because if like I can't remember what game it is. There's some game where, like, some role-playing game that I've spent time with, which is like 7 of them altogether, so I should really know this. But, there's some game where you just kind of can't run from enemies at during the final dungeons. And, fuck, if you couldn't do that here, like, I don't know how you'd do it, to be honest. You'd have to grind to, like, level 60 or something.
I mean, for the most part, you can definitely get,
it was way more forgiving than I expected it to be. Like, way more forgiving.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely had moments where I was like, God damn it! I feel like maybe the attack bot. There was some there was some type of enemy here where I was like, God damn, it's just not going well with those. But whatever. Sure, it's just RNG.
Yeah.
But yes, so this is the last thing. Once you work your way through that elaborate habit trail of a maze, the next stairway you hit takes you outside. And again, it was like, I didn't expect to make it. I just didn't expect to make it. And I saw that stairwell and I was like, what is next, you motherfuckers? Yeah. Like, what else? What other bullshit are you about to dump on me that is not something I want to see? It was 100% my expectation. And yes, you go up that stairwell and it just, I don't know. It's, I don't know, the human brain or whatever. This is like over an analysis of the human brain, but like I could hear myself scream out loud, "This has got to be Roan." Like, just like total shock and elation that this was it. And like I was celebrating with myself. No one else could experience this with me, so I'm going to celebrate with myself. Because like fucking it was just so good to see that crazy ass color palette. And it is too. It is such a distinct look, it reminded me of the thing in Ambrosia in Exodus. in Ultimate Exodus. It is very much in line with that. That
Yes,
like
it is.
a lot of white, gray, blue color palette thing going on, mountains everywhere, white ground, ton of water. Like it's just and this is in the timeline. This is where they could certainly be biting off Ultima 2, and that's interesting to me that there's so much of a parallel here to Ultima. Was surprising to me, I guess, and I don't know. They didn't do it in the first one, and that could have also been applicable to the first one, but there's been a bunch of cases in this game where they're trying to they're making it bigger, they're making it better, they're trying to improve it. The Dragon Warrior 1 was such a baby nut RPG, that they were trying to do bigger, better things with this, and the idea that they would go, oh, let's use this thing from Ultima. That's a super successful series for our end game as far as like just the aesthetic of it. And we've talked about too, there's only so many things that you can do with this limited tool set. So I don't know, who knows if it was just an homage or if it was just like literally like, that's a good solution, let's steal it. I don't know. I'm curious, very curious about that. But
so you guys got the same vibe that at this point, considering the tiles around you, because there's the standard mountain tiles, in a big, huge circle. If you look at the map, there's standard mountain tiles, big, huge circle around this area. And then an inner circle inside that is a smaller circle, of course, since it's inside the bigger circle, of white mountain tiles. So you guys also got the vibe that you are now like mountaintop at this point?
Yeah.
Oh,
I didn't even notice that. That's cool. Yeah.
It's like coming out of the caves. It's like, oh, look at that.
And in fact, the last stairwell you climb is an upward stairwell tile, so it's implying that you're going upward. So I'm thinking like you're on mountaintop, and then there's there's lakes dotting this mountaintop all around. This is fantastic imagery once again from Dragon Warrior 2.
Yeah, you know what? I didn't even fucking think of that. But that's the only dungeon where you go up to advance through it. That's super cool. That's really cool. Yeah, I didn't even think of that.
I may not be very good at this game, and I may have lagged behind you guys, and I may have fucked you up a few times, but I've got some creative imagery in my head, so you're welcome. That's what I bring to the table.
Well, speaking of imagery, one of the really cool things coming out of that dungeon, one of the things that drew my eyes to it was that one tile island with just the hill, one of the hill tiles on it, that you can see in the lake from the cave entrance. And first thing I did, Todd went up there, posted some shirtless selfies on his TikTok, and Becky, I'll tell you right now, Becky over at Don Mahone Properties LLC has been blowing up his celly ever since about getting the land rights to that shit. that is some peak real estate there up on the Rhone Plateau here.
I too love that one tile.
Give me a call anytime. Get a time to get yourself there. Come on. Give me a call. 555-222-3311.
Yeah. So, come out of here, the first battle I get in. And again, it's emotional peaks and valleys here. The first battle I get in, 3 Cyclops. Fuck.
I got 2.
Yeah. Just immediately like, oh shit. And like, I mean, it's funny, you said it in the text, in the chat, Jay. If I had died before I could like plant my flag up here, I'm done. I'm not playing this game. I'm done with this game. I'm not going through that cave again. It's not happening. Yeah.
It's because I too ran into like Cyclops and like 2 Cyclops right outside it, and I instantly had that thought like, I've never seen this before. What is this thing?
Yeah, this
like,
might not fucking work out. Oh my god.
And they're fucking big. They're big sprites
huge,
too.
Like, huge sprites. Yep.
It's genuinely intimidating.
Yep. Yeah. Those are out here. Those Batboon fucking things are wandering up out of the cave too. And then you also see right here in the little opening area, blizzards and giants too. And the fucking blizzards, like, oh my god, it's like this was again back to the fucking the group chat. Jab, you were like, oh, the defeat spell is lightweight tight, and I was like, fucking yeah, it depends who's casting it, motherfucker. Like,
it is not tight, not
right.
Tight.
And that's how I knew you hadn't been up to Rhone yet, because I was like, you would not be talking about defeat in a positive light if you had dealt with these blizzards at this point. And yes, these fucking things will cast defeat, and.
I actually never encountered that because I always ran, and the game allows you to run even at this point. So, like, I was always able to successfully get away, to be honest.
Oh, man. I'm sure I ran initially here as much as I'm sure I ran through to getting through this part. But Either way, those blizzards are a major problem when you first are trying to juggle this part of the game. So you work your way north, hopefully. And it's a pretty, I mean, it's not a long run. It's enough to not see it when you come out of the cave, though, and put the fear of God in you. But it's a rather short run to the north, and it funnels you to a monolith on some also pretty cool real estate. There's like a series of bridges connecting some cute little islands with coral reefs and shit off their coasts. So it's a pretty cool, ornate little area that you automatically get funneled to. And inside this monolith, it appears to be an HOH, and you find the usual rabbi staffing, and then there's also one damsel hanging out by a whirlpool there. The rabbi, however, is not running a traditional HOH operation in this instance. When you speak to him, he says, "May the light shine upon thee, Todd," and the screen flashes. And I didn't think of it until I said that out loud. That's what the dude in the castle, in Castle Tantagel, says in the beginning of Dragon Warrior 1.
Yeah, to restore your MP down there, bottom right corner.
I did not make that connection.
I didn't make it either. So
again, god damn it, so good. So good. So the screen flashes after he said that, or says that rather, and then he rolls into his usual, or the usual, I should say, ISOH scribe pattern. So you can save your game here too, which is critical. Yes, and so relieving, of course.
So I showed up here real quick. I don't know if you guys had this experience, so it might not occur to you. Maybe you found it out later. But I forgot that this thing existed. I had no idea that this happened. I showed up, and my Prince of Canuck was already dead. He had died, probably fucking got waxed by a Cyclops or something. And I was like, well, we'll see. I'm save scumming, whatever. And I actually felt a little less bad about save scumming to this point now, because it occurs to you that guy will bring your people back to life too.
Yes. The first thing I did, Jab, the second I noticed that he healed me, I saved, of course, and I immediately went outside and had someone cave fucking one of my characters' heads in, so I could go in and find out if this motherfucker also revived you. Yeah, for sure. That was
revives you. So the entire point of this guy is like, if you've made it this far and you're like not doing great, you can grind here.
Base camp correctly. Or correct, rather. Yes, absolutely. And that is absolutely what this operation became moving forward. So he's there, and then his apprentice / whirlpool cleaner says, "This travel door takes one back to the underworld. If that is thy wish, please enter." And I read this and I was like, what the hell does that mean? Like, why would I want to do that? Whatever. C'est la vie. Okay. So I check it out, and it takes you back to the whirlpool in the monolith that the Baran HOH whirlpool leads to. So just east of the Cave of Roan entrance, it takes you back to that whirlpool, and is basically just a conduit to get back outside this valley, which I didn't know at the time, but I would definitely need. Because I did not. That whole item flow chart for the, I don't know, I just could not fucking.
But you can't get back though.
Yes, you
that
can.
Same way.
Not that same way.
That's what I'm saying.
But if you save, if you save on the Imperial Scrolls with this dude, you can just cast Return and come here. Did you not realize that?
Ooh, hot.
I did not.
So you had to go through the cave twice?
You saved.
No, I just never ever went through the cave again. Once I was through the cave, I never went back. Like I was done. Absolutely.
So you got the life crest and then went right back out?
Well, the second time,
right? Well, yeah, but I mean, either way.
Crest. But like,
and then I went,
yeah,
right. But then but you have to go leave and go do something.
Yeah, but like the life crest, that was like my second time there. I was there so many times. 2 weeks, Josh. 2 weeks in this cave. Like I definitely
right. But that's not. But what I'm asking is, I didn't know what to do with the life crests. I didn't know what to do with that either. So
like all of this, I didn't experience any of this until after I had gotten the life crest, gotten Charm of Rubus, gotten everything, and finally made it through.
Okay, yeah, I see. I didn't. I went through that Cave of Roan. I came here and I was like, I have a
So you're just here without that right now?
I don't know what to do, man. So
you kind of stumbled into this, haven't you?
Yeah, right. Yeah. So let's fucking work through it. But yeah, this is all I'm sure this is not the way it's supposed to go. So my way is not the way it's supposed to go. So
just occurred to me what happened to you.
Yeah. So it's not something you should probably be doing right away, but like, yes, I told you the whole thing, Jay. You were so despondent. You're like, I'm never gonna be able to do this. Especially when we were gonna record on Saturday. You're like, I don't know how this is gonna happen. And I just kept telling you, I'm like, all you got to do, man, you just got to get to Roan. You got to get to Roan because these enemies, once you can set up camp in that HOH, the game to me, like, I think a lot of the criticism about imbalance and all that is bullshit, man. Because once you set up shop here, you can just go back in. You don't have to do it. Just he brings them back to life. Whatever. You can just fight blizzards. Literally, just walk around in a U outside of that monolith and grind at fucking like warp speed because these enemies are worth a fuck ton of experience. And grinding here, I was blowing through levels at this point to get to where I would ultimately end up.
God, that sounds familiar. I think I was doing that in my first playthrough. Like when the one time I beat this game, that sounds so familiar.
Just doing the U outside the monolith?
Just grinding here because honestly, this game, we talked about this in a couple episodes, I think. There's not actually a lot of great grinding spots in this game. Like the returns for battles are a little shitty.
Roan is the shit. And they even, and this is I think, you talk about just balancing and like whatever. Like the things here, and we'll get into there's things here that are ultra fucked. Those bullwongs, man, like you cannot, when you first get here, when I first got here, they just vape your party. They just fucking wipe you immediately. And like you don't actually start hitting those until you go over that second little island just west of the monolith island. So if you just hang by the monolith, you're only fighting the blizzard, cyclops, those things that we talked about that are right outside the cave. And those, while not easy, are manageable. And yes, you might lose a character, you might get hurt, but it doesn't cost you anything to just walk back in there and fucking talk to that guy and let the light shine upon thee.
If you save, even if you die, like you don't need gold at this point.
Right. Yep. Doesn't matter. So yeah, it's fucking to me, I think it's a little misguided, the criticism.
Well, I don't know, because if I had to guess, here would be my guess. They found that to be a little fucked up, and this seems a little like very quickly placed. This is a one tile monolith thing. You go in, it's this little tiny room, and it's this dude that just does the exact thing that you need to dispel all of the criticism that you just said. Like, okay, fine, fuck it. We fucked up this part of the game. We fucked up the cave to Roan. Whatever. Just put in a guy who just heals them and brings them back to life, and they can save
overly compensatory. Boom. Are you suggesting it should have been that there shouldn't have been
this guy
in the optimal game design of if you don't say like you change everything, like if all other things being equal, are you saying that an optimal design choice would have been to make it more balanced and easier and possible even, I guess, to go from Baran all the way to the end of the game and not have this Flying J truck stop on the way?
Yeah, I suppose so. I mean, like, it would just be like a more gentle slope up instead of such a steep climb. And it's like the steep climb, you get up there and then it kind of like levels off and you can just take care of things. But like, yeah, this part is, I don't know. It does scream to me a little bit of a poor design.
I like.
I mean, I'm glad it's there. I mean, because like the game, to your point, it's probably not beatable without this.
It's definitely not beatable without this.
So,
but
there you go.
I like that it like, because to me, I mean, this is what I mean. I liked that. I used the verbiage victory lap. I liked that the cave to Roan was this really, and honestly, we'll get to it, but I think this is deliberate as again I kind of talk through this with you guys, because the way Hargon's castle is, man, is not like, yeah, you got the mini bosses, they're not easy.
It's not hard.
But yes, there's no, there's no random encounters in there. It's very, I don't know. It's a victory lap. I don't know a better way to say it. Like it is like, it's a celebration of the end of the game. You've already done the hard part. You know what I mean? Like you've busted your ass. You went through that meat grinder. Hargon's ass is grass.
Well, if you're sufficiently high enough level, because like again, when I got, even though I spent so much time trying to grind to get to what I thought was like a good enough level to get through the cave and still was running, even there, getting through, you know, like I said, I think at like level 26, and just getting my ass handed to me by the giants and stuff up there in Blizzard all the time, I was like, oh my gosh, how much more do I have to grind? You know, like,
but that's
even,
but
that's
still,
the thing though. But that's what I mean. Like if I couldn't make it, like at one point I just made it to Hargon's castle just to see like, can I run there and just to see, you know, if I can make it. But the fact that I would still be getting whacked and like two-shotted by people, I'm like, I can't be high enough level yet to get there. And like, because I don't know, to your point, like I don't know what Hargon's castle is going to be like. Like I don't know if it's going to be crazy with all kind of crazy new enemies, or if it's going to be just him, you know. So I'm still like, if I can't defeat these freaking Autobots and whatever these random things and giants and blizzards like easily, like if it's always like I'm not sure, then I'm clearly not ready yet. So like it wasn't.
No, man, that's how these games. We talked about the March Cave. This is the March Cave point, Jab. This is the thing. You, and this is why I play this way. All these games this way, because I know that's the best way that's the safest way to do it, and I am conservative on this front. And I like the idea that you work harder than you feel the need to work harder than you actually have to work ultimately, you know? And like, yes, you get through like it's really hard to get through that cave, but once you're up here, like you don't know how it's going to be. You don't know if you need to work harder. You don't know if you need to grind further. You will if you want to take the safe approach, but you have the option to just be like, fuck it, and barrel into it, you know, and you can
what? Oh
I like that I like that that's here. I like that again, it's you can definitely, it makes it, if you, especially if you work harder and you grind up here like I did before you go into the castle. That castle is just, I mean, I still saves come through those mini bosses. I'll say that now, but like I like that I went in there thinking I wasn't ready and ended up just beating the game. Like I liked that. The same thing happened with Roan too, even, to be honest with you. You know, I mean, granted that was save scum enabled, but like, you know, I had no expectation of getting through there at all, regardless of what I did. and I did, you know. And I understand, again, that's purely save scum driven. I'm not at all trying to suggest that isn't harder than where you're at in the game. I can't wait to talk about what their suggested levels are in the fucking unveiled secrets for those things.
Oh man, it's not what I did. I know that.
Right? Yeah. But yeah. So yeah, I don't know. I think it plays together. I think it's by design the way this is. I don't think that's a cheap design choice, that monolith being there. I think it's essential. I think it's calculated, and I loved it. And it felt to me organic and entirely that this guy would be. Again, it's the last bastion of that infrastructure we spoke about, the crests, the Wizard of Rubus Wizard, whatever, like that whole system that they put in. This is the last bastion of that, you know, the last little thing that they set up to help whoever has to deal with the shit when it goes down, you know. And I like that. In any event, yes, so we get here, you'll do some grinding, or I did some grinding, get those free recovery services. But once you start adventuring through here, you will eventually head northwest and find a thickly forested path that circles all the way counterclockwise around a lake that leads to a sandy approach to a castle. There's also a little, you can go like halfway, maybe like 11 o'clock, and then there's like a little road you can go to approach the castle from the east too, but into that circle. But I didn't even notice that the first time I went all the way around the entire clock, basically, to get here. And to me, it feels more epic to do that. So I like that approach. I always do that. Yeah. So you walk up to this thing, and inside the castle, when you enter it, it is the least expected thing I have ever encountered in an RPG. And I've just said that a bunch of times about a bunch of other shit. But I walked into this castle, and I was like, what the fuck is this? This is incredible. This is incredible. It is an exact mirroring of Maidenhall Castle. The guard at the entrance says, "Welcome to Maidenhall." All the stores seemingly function. All the people say the same shit. The king is still there at the bottom of the steps to the throne room. He's telling you to go fulfill your destiny, so on and so forth. The chest next to him is still there and empty. The treasury chests are empty. And like, I would love to know, Jab, you didn't pillage Did you fence test this? You didn't pillage the treasury originally. Are those chests empty for you?
Well, I didn't take them originally, and I did not check them this time either.
Right, I didn't expect that you did, but that's what I want to know.
Yeah, I can certainly run that.
Yeah, I'm very curious to know. They probably are. They're probably empty, but it would be so fucking amazing if they weren't.
Well, anyways, yes, you will talk about this, but yes, one that I did check was empty.
Yeah, the one next to the king, yes, but that one should be empty. It's going to be empty for everyone. No one's going to leave that shit there at the beginning of the game, so that one's definitely gonna be empty. But yeah, knowing whether the treasury ones, like I said, I if they are not empty because you didn't pillage that fucking treasury,
that would be incredible.
I might have to masturbate right here. That'll be the first live masturbating on the podcast.
Probably not the first.
Our podcast, I mean, yeah. I'm sure
okay, ours. Yeah. Well, actually, wait a minute. That's not the first. You guys just didn't know.
Cam's off. Okay, so yes. So the only wonky things I found here that are at all different from what they should be if I were to go to Mine Hall in my game normally is you can't use the stairs or the whirlpool. So you can walk on them, but nothing happens. It's just like walking on another brick tile. So that was the one difference. So what that means is no throne room access and no dungeon prison access, because the first thing I was thinking, and we'll get to this later, but before checking this, I was wondering if I could clown farm here, and that would have been also fucking incredible to me. That if you could do that here, and that's a storied pastime of Torland inhabitants that we'll get to in the Tales of the Grind. If you don't know what it is, clown farming. I mean,
wait a minute, but you're also missing another difference. You can also not use the resurrection, like the House of Healing, also doesn't work.
That doesn't work. That's not a functioning now HOH in Mine Hall Castle.
Oh, it's not?
No, yeah, it's just like we talked about it. I
guess I never use it, so
right, yeah, it's just like it's like an information booth. We talked, I think we called
it like return to the House of Healing when you
yeah, he's like go. He tells you, he tells you to go find them in other places that they can they can heal you if you find them throughout the world. Yeah, so it's just an information booth. So yeah, it's not supposed to work. And then we'll fucking talk about it after, but like, I don't know. I can't wait to see if you guys clock this or not with those stores, because the stores, they look like they work. They don't actually work. They it's just such an elaborate, with the tool set they have to build this game with, this is such a deception. It's so good. It's so fucking good of a fucking creative thing to build into this story world and this game structure.
What are you talking about? I didn't try to buy anything at those stores.
I never even attempted.
I can't wait to get into it, but baby steps, guys. Baby steps.
Oh my god.
So wandering around here and marveling at the peaceful serenity of this ruse of his home.
It's got the music and everything, by the way.
Everything. It's fucking identical. Todd realized that he did not possess the charm of Rubus and had no real fucking clue where or how to get it. So I had to get out my pod notes and start fine-tooling the word Rubus to see what I could dig up and what to do now. So I'm going through my shit. Way back in episode 3, I had a dialogue note from someone that said we should visit the wizard Rubus living in the depths of the sea after we had all 5 crests. And that was how I light bulbed to what to do here. So when we did the sea cave, I didn't have the life crest yet. And again, that's what I think those guys are talking about. That's what I think the wizard is. That's what I think I have to go to get the fucking charm. So I'm like, okay, well, I'm going to have to go back and fucking talk to those fucking clown lovers or something again. Like, like that's the only thing. Okay, so I do that. I spent an entire Sunday morning on it because I decided to also do some cartography. I didn't map the sea cave when I first went through it, so I'm like, okay, if I'm gonna have to go back and I'm a little more leveled now, I can kind of just fucking. Dude. So I made maps of the whole sea cave. I go all the way down there, get the same sassy wizard shit, different dungeon day, and I'm talking this time. So I'm just talking to the fucking soldiers because fuck it, I'm here. And like, I made that, like, talking to them again after that fucking rubric, what's it called? Rube Goldberg machine of fucking things. I talk to this guy a second time, one of these soldiers, and it fucking hits me. And I'm like, oh, fuck. It's a different, he's not talking about here. He's talking about a different wizard in a different cave. Oh. Fuck.
The princess is in another castle. Sorry.
Right. Precisely. So, yes. So, and there's so like I get out my map. And I'm like looking at the world map, and like the fucking one we have is the pack-in is useless. It's too fuzzy, so I have to go to Mike's RPG map, and I'm like parsing the fuck out of it, like looking everywhere, like what the fuck, and boom, there it is. Yes, a monolith.
What you're looking for is one fucking tile.
Yep, a single tile island, a number of clicks to the north of this sea cave. So fucking victory. Yeah, it's just it was so fulfilling. Like brutal. In all the bullshit I did, but that's what these RPGs are intending to do to you. They're trying to put you through hell, and at least comparative to modern day stuff. Back then, it was just the way games were, and we enjoyed it. We loved it, or some of us did, not everyone, I guess, but we absolutely loved that. So yeah, it was fucking that. That is how I hit old Rubus up, and it was absolutely beautiful to me that it had that flowchart. So Jay, you already mentioned you remembered Jab. Did you? Was that something that you fucking had to fucking bump into shit to get to, or was that a flowchart you remembered?
So I vaguely remembered that island having this function that I think we'll explain presently. But so I had a similar thing, or I had something happen to me on this little. A funny thing happened on the way to the Charm of Rubris. So I get the life crest, and I know I have to make the Charm of Rubris, blah blah blah. So I go to the thing, and I go down there, and nothing happens. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? So I Google something. I'm like, like Charm of Rubris. And it's like, oh, when you have all the 5 crests. And I was like, okay, I definitely got all 5. I went and checked my status. 4.
It's like a save state. You thought you had done something that you didn't do. Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah, right.
If I had to guess, what it turned out was I didn't have the fucking water crest.
That's an easy one to fix. At least did you know where it was?
I knew exactly where it was.
Okay,
but like you said, I must have gotten it, and then like something happened, and I saved state, and I just like continued on with the thing I was doing after that, and fucking duh. But yeah, so I didn't have them all, so I had to go run and get that. I was like, you're fucking walking in there. I guess I wasn't that leveled up, but like, you walk up to these gremlins, and you're peering at them through the gate. Through those fucking jail doors, and they're just like they know what's coming.
Yeah, they're hissing. They say something. I think it's like an thing
or something. Yeah. I fucking open the door. I'm like
sword.
Yeah. That's what people are like. Especially if you role play it like in a you had whatever been there. Maybe they're new ones. I don't know. Like however you want to do that, but like you're way further along in the game than you're supposed to be, and like you see them through the bars, and you're like, they know, Yeah. It's like.
This is
sorry, guys. Yeah, this is I gotta. Like I know it's not really fair, but you got some shit I need. I don't know what to tell you.
No other way to resolve this. I'm sorry. Yeah, so I'm fucking here to save the world. We gotta take care of this real quick. So I took care of it real quick, ran over, got the thing, and then I was good to go.
When you do head into the island monolith, wow, is it a whole to do? You have to pass through 7 floors of tiny rooms surrounded by ocean. As you proceed to an empty altar on the bottom floor, which is surrounded by sand, in my mind, meaning this room is in the bedrock of the ocean. And that's really fucking cool. But yeah, I'm going through those stairwells, man, and I'm like, again, I haven't been here. I don't know this exists. I've never been to this in the game. And I'm like, am I in a broken loop? Or like, is this an actual, because they're the same size. It's not, there's no difference. It's just the same shit over and over. And it's like, what's exactly what's happening? And like, I don't even know, there's no way for me to know this is exactly right. I don't know that this is the actual place I need to be. Who knows? So yeah, they're doing such a good job of building in doubt about whether or not this is right. So many places here in the late game. So you get to the altar room, and you step into the white tile in the middle of the 4 stars of David. Flames appear on all 4 of those stars. A dialogue box pops up, and you hear a ditty called The Spirit of Rubus. I hear a mortal voice calling me. Ah, 3 descendants of Erdrick. Yes, I shall help thee. I am Rubus, an enchanter, and long ago I promised Erdrick to help when the time came. Now is the time. Receive now my charm and my spell of protection, and let me turn your Erdrick sword into the light sword so you don't feel like a bitch. The 4 flames extinguish one by one, and you now have the charm. Gentleman or Gentlema and Jab. This felt so good. So good to me. Figuring out with some research, taking my notes, then trial and error, then revisiting the conversation, then consulting the map, then hitting pay dirt. It is just gorgeous unfolding of game progression. Back to Hargon's Castle, not generated by AI, generated by human beings in 1990. So I sold a spare sort of, so we're talking about the things, we got into it before the break, about the things that this castle presents to you as deceptions, as ruses, and this is a beautiful one, man. So I sold, when I get in here, and I'm like, fence testing shit, and I sell a Sword of Destruction, a Sword of D, to the tool shed there. I hit the inn for one last carefree hurrah hotel party before getting into the muck, and then I use the Charm of Rubus, right? And the copy it does, it says, with one hand, Todd held aloft the Charm of Rubus, and I really like that they tossed in the with one hand. It's good storytelling, like specificity.
I noticed that too.
Yes. And then Todd could hear a force drawing near. It said, Todd, be not deceived by false visions. And then boom, all the bullshit falls away. The periphery of the castle becomes swamp. The only animated sprites you see are flames, a la Castle Moonbrook. And there's a couple of gremlins by an empty throne just ahead of the entrance there. There you can see like barrier tiles here and there, but unlike Charlock, it seems like Hargon's gardening budget management is doing just fine. There's actually some ornate courtyards with crystal clear blue ponds. Like it's much more well kept than the Dragon Lord's digs. And it made for a gorgeous graph paper map that you can find a link to in the show notes. It will of course be on the socials with the rest of my mapping cachet as we roll this episode out. I think Lord Disciple Al is right. I think I need to do something with this map cache. He keeps suggesting that I need to do, like, publish a book with these things, these maps. Like, I have... How many side quests have we done now? 5? I have, like, all these fucking, like, 6, 7, 8 of them each. Like, I think if I publish them with some sort of art, you know, original artwork, I think there's something there. I think there's a commercial venture there. Or at least a really nice marketing tool. One or the other. But,
have some AI generate some artwork for you, and then just slap that shit together and sell it and give the money to Able Gamers Foundation.
That is a fucking good idea.
I'm pretty smart.
So I also noticed after the shit fell away, yes, this is where the fucking shoe drops, man. I noticed that the inn stay and the selling of the sword had reverted to not having happened.
Oh, nice.
My HP and my MP were as they were when I had entered prior to the end stay, and I still had the sword in my inventory.
That's dope.
Oh, it's fucking so good. Yeah, it's so good.
I didn't even try to fuck with the shops, honestly. I knew it would be bullshit in some way. So
yeah, I expected it would, but when it worked, I was like, fuck, that's wild. Yeah. Yeah, I was not able to clock whether I didn't think to anyways, and I wasn't going to load for it, but I'm not sure whether the 12 gold I spent for the inn stay had been refunded, but I really, really hoped it had not. Like, not only
pocket your money.
Right, yeah, that's fucking, it'll be so good.
Can you imagine this scene playing out like in a movie or something? Like, this is just so well done.
It's so good, man.
This is
it's
awesome.
So good. It's so fucking good. So the other big thing about this, and I could not believe it was the case, is we kind of touched on it for the tower, but there's no random encounters here either. And that, again, just completely unexpected. And I think throughout all this, it just builds so much suspense. It's such a good, deliberate tool, I think, for what the end of this game, in hindsight, I wanted it to feel like. And it's really, really good. But yes, we mentioned those flames, so let's break down what will be our final round of Eternal Sad Boy Flame Chatter. And there are 3 fire sad boys roaming the throne room here. One says, "Thou hast come to Midenhall." Another says, "Greetings. I am the keeper of this inn." And then the last says, "Welcome to Bragall's Tools. May I help thee?" And I think it is so goddamn interesting that these people are delusional about what's happening here, just like in Moonbrook. They just can't come to grips with the reality of it or whatever it would be. I don't know if you can play that, 2 ways. One, that they do know and they can't like accept it, or 2, that they are incapable of perceiving it. Either way, it's interesting. And also, they're like, it's different now. It's the same but different. It's like they tweaked this, so it's like the same dialogue but different. And then also, who the fuck is Bragall?
I wrote that down in my notes. I was like, what, why is
I tried to Google it, and like I expected that it was going to be like either an Easter egg or a reference to some sort of maybe the Japanese version. I don't know, like something. But that word Bragol, nothing on the interwebs, nothing. So what is that? What is that? Crazy. Both the east and west courtyard flames are they just give you 5-dot ellipses. So just ... They don't say anything. And then the gremlins spout off some very well-crafted shit-talking when you approach these dudes. Yeah, these guys say, "The fool's paradise suited thee better. Thou shall regret meddling in Hargon's affairs." And that's great. That's just really, really good copywriting there. And these guys turn into gold baboons, which just is definitely not some bullshit. So, again, we've kind of oscillated on like our complaints about these mini boss deals. Like this is I think I talk to these guys and I'm like, these better not be evil clowns, and they are not evil clowns. Gold baboons are some real shit for sure. You can piss some MP up a wall, step guarding through hallways that branch off from the entrance to the east and west, but they didn't seem to lead anywhere when I first explored them, so I kind of just thought they were run around. So you do those, and you're kind of like, okay, what the fuck? Where do I go? What do you got to do next? I channel some of my DW1 experience and tried searching around behind the throne room was my next step. And I was really like, I did that again. I've had all these little drops here, and I'm like, ooh, what are they? Oh, they're gonna give me another one here. They're gonna give me another one. The step that I'm gonna search behind the fucking throne. There's gonna be a stairway there, and I'm gonna have to masturbate again. And unfortunately, not the case. But they kind of do it. They kind of do it. But to find that. It took me, I had to go back I'm like, it doesn't work. So I'm like, fuck, what now? So I go back to those tiny rooms, and when you go in them, you get that view change of where you can see the inside of the rooms on the map, right? Just like when you walk in a room in a building in one of the towns or something. And doing that in the west one, shows you the jailer key door behind the throne room on the wall there.
Okay. I didn't find that. I had to look that up, and I found it to be a little bullshitty, but now I revoke my complaint.
Right, yeah. Yeah, they definitely let you do it. They breadcrumb you there if you really are thorough. So, yeah, I mean, like I said, that kind of hit the nostalgia vein there, so I'll give them the points. You have to award some points there, I think. I also got some fun copy here. Going back to the door, I saw it there, but I didn't really entrench the memory of which tile it was on. So I go back there and I use the jailer key door key on the wrong place on the wall. No. And the copy it gives you when you use the jailer key in an incorrect place says, "There is no prison here." which I don't know. There's a lot of metaphorical stuff you could do with that. Like, what about this prison we call life? And heading through that door takes you into a gauntlet of step guard MP sucking barrier tile sections. It's the hard one too. Like I kind of like when I look at that tile pattern. Like you have the white and blue diagonal ones are kind of the baseline ones. The more intense ones that take the 30 MP or 30 HP from you. Those kind of look like a electronic schematic.
Absolutely.
Yes. Yeah. That's what I think of.
I'm in electrical engineering, and that is exactly. I see like schematics, wiring diagram.
Yep.
Yes.
Which
these are electrocution.
These at this time, game programmers there's a lot of overlap between those two things. A lot of them are coming from semiconductor work and stuff. Like David Crane worked in semiconductors before he started programming games. That's a big overlap at this time period. So I have to think that's some schooling stuff shining through in the creative design team's shit, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, I do like engineering, like electrical engineering, light and circuit design, and semiconductors is essentially my major. So, yep, way to go.
Pretty fun. There are empty chests in both the rooms in the northwest and northeast corners of this, the fucking savages, but that's it for obvious POIs up here. So again, I get stuck. And I'm just like, I'm wandering around this room, dudes. I am just holding every single thing in these fuckers' inventories aloft. I'm tooting on flutes, so on and so forth, but nothing popping. And I just decided I have to now search every one of these fucking tiles on barrier. So yes, I search every tile in this room, and nothing, no payoff. You must
not have used every item.
Well, you have to use the item on a certain tile. You can't just use it anywhere.
That tile's a little implicit.
I agree. In hindsight, it does attract your attention there, but I didn't make the connection. I didn't do it. And like I said, and it's one thing. I think I might even have tried. I might have used the Charm of Rubus there.
Yeah.
But that's not the one. You have to go back to the Eye of Malroth here.
Right.
And that is interesting. I did not expect to have to use that again. That was very unexpected to me. So golf clap again for that, for making you work for it. So good job, guys. So you do that, and I think it just teleports you there. I don't think there's any stairway bullshit. It just takes you to this tower or to this space, and the tower music is playing. The tower theme music is playing, and you could see blue sky outside the wall. So you're definitely, it's I believe, you're going up here.
I think there's actually a text drop where they say like it like transports you to the top of the castle or something.
Okay. That's cool. I didn't jot the note down. And again, that's one of the downsides of playing on the handheld emulator. We'll get into it later, but like I can like freeze the game, but if I'm playing on my emulator, all I have to do is click off the window and it freezes the screen. But like if I'm playing, I have to like hit these two buttons on my handheld emulator to freeze the screen and like write copy down sometimes, and I miss shit sometimes. That's the one downside. So I don't know for sure. Please forgive me, Loric Disciples. I missed the one thing if that's the case. So there's some runaround up here, but it's surprisingly linear and straightforward, I would say. Like much like the no random encounters thing, I was kind of shocked there wasn't more bullshit. It's like you do have to like walk around things. It kind of has like some of those towers earlier in the game have this mechanic where it will, force you to walk. It like attracts you with those cutting things on the rooms, on the building ceilings to attract you somewhere. Maybe you don't need to go and you really need to walk into a side of it that doesn't have one of those inlets, whatever. But this one's pretty straightforward. You can see the places you need to go, and you might have to walk to get there, but there's no random encounters, so who cares, So it is just, I think, another moment of intentionally building suspense, of making you spend time here waiting for the shoe to drop, and it not dropping is storytelling. So that's really good. So much, it was so boring that I didn't even map. Like I had no inclination to map this, which the end of the game. Yes, I map every one of the end of these games. So it was too boring. So I did not do so. Right before the steps up to the 4th floor, you do get your first battle in here. It is an auto battle with an Atlas, and this is that's the perfect onomatopoeia. It's a new orange and blue palette swap, an advancement of the Cyclops giant enemy tree that we just first encountered when we got to Rome. And by the numbers, these things have 250 HP, no MP, 195 attack power, 200 defensive power, 63 AG, 1100 XP, and 250 gold. They have no abilities, but they have max resistance to everything but surround and defense. And this dude, he seemingly keys on, in my case, he was seemingly keen on one character and just punishes the shit out of them. Okay.
Also in my case.
Yeah, he was just fucking hammering on my POC. It was brutal.
I feel like in all of these, it was just my POC
Yeah, I feel like he gets
just
the
get keyed on. I was like, golly, just stay off him, dude.
yeah.
Stay,
He gets.
stay
I
back.
feel like he gets the shit too. Yeah, for I concur. I wonder what the if that's just because he's also the weakest one by comparison as far as armor and stuff goes. You know, so is it just us perceiving that in a favoritism way, or is there actually underlying math?
But it's also odd because at this point, like, he has the shield of strength, right? Like your princess doesn't have a shield of strength,
But she's got
Like,
the
she has
water
no
flying
shield.
clothes. The water flying clothes are better than anything the POC has, unless you got in the big coat like I did, which we'll get to later.
So.
Even then, it's still better, I think, but not by as much as what
I definitely had the save scum until he attacked my Prince of Maidenhall, and then I would just like hope for. I mean, I was fucking save scumming like each round. Like if he attacked Prince of Maidenhall, I saved.
I am very interested to hear what level you guys came in here as, because I had zero problem with these dudes.
Dude, I'll tell you right now, man.
They keyed on my Prince of Canik, and so like I ended up getting the Hargon with my Prince of Canik dying. So I was pissed off and had to like come back. But like other than them just keying on him, I just like swiped these dudes down.
Well,
especially this one.
They were all difficult for me. I mean, I needed some fortuitous RNG as well to get through here.
Whoa.
But I was, I didn't realize it here, of course. But once I realized that I am now in a boss rush, which couldn't have been less expected, any more so than all the other in-game shit that I've loved. So that was, I didn't think I'd be doing, but like bosses usually have some sort of, chink in their armor. They have like there's like a weak point that you need to exploit, and that's how they seem hard or impossible, but there's always like some little thing that you can do to not fuck up your overall plan here, overall fucking journey. And yeah, so I'm thinking they have some sort of fucking thing. So I'm trying to find these on all these things. I'm trying to find whatever. And in hindsight, like I was trying those spells on all these guys. I go through and I'm trying those spells that like I don't ever use. Stop spell, defense
for sure would do it.
Okay. What? Yeah. He's max resistance to defeat. So yeah, not the case. So he does have, as I mentioned with the stats, he has low surround and defense. So I tried the defense spell and Todd was still only doing 40 to 50 damage. So that was not any sort of like big boon, even if it did work. And that's one I don't know if it says ineffective or not, but either way, you don't get like it's not a binary thing either way. So like even if it doesn't say that, like even if it does when it doesn't work, or they have max resistance, say that this did nothing or whatever, even if it doesn't have that and it works, you don't know by how much. So I wasn't sure whether it was beneficial or not either way.
And I also don't know if it stacks. So like I was doing increase to increase my defense, and then defense to reduce his defense, and I could get both of them to work. I mean, increase obviously worked on me, and then on occasion I got defense to work on him, though he did resist it sometimes. I might have gone from like 32 damage to like 41. So I think it worked a little bit, but like not. I get what else would I do? Because that's one of the bad things about this mini boss is he's immune to everything except for melee attacks, and you only have one good melee character.
Yep. Well, I would say that. I don't know. I guess that'll be interesting to hear. So the fact you say that suggests otherwise. But
suggests you're amateurs. That's what that suggests.
Tell us how you did it then, Jay.
Yeah. Well, yeah. To me, that's how all these characters, like they were all like the whole end of this game. I mean, we said that about this whole game, really. That you don't have these characters. The support characters are nerfed at you get like a little. We bitched about how early game they're useless. Then like here, yeah, you get them the fucking Falcon Sword and it becomes a little bit useful for a while. But here in the end game, they are nothing but like they are trying to. They are like I visualize the visual analogy of like. They're just like standing behind them, like fucking trying to keep them from falling down, like
right.
Fucking holding them up. Yeah, like that. All they're doing is just like propping the guy up.
So you had a very different playthrough than me. Let me drop some knowledge on you. Let me tell you how it should have gone for you, how it could have gone for you.
Look at this motherfucker's level. This motherfucker's at 33.
Yeah. So
I didn't get to 33.
Exactly. So I would attack with Gentleman, with Gentleman, who would easily do like 80 damage or something, whatnot. And then, so first I would attack with him and then follow with increase in defense spells, like automatically. And then on the next turn, like I'm going to attack with Gentleman again, but then I'm going to attack also with the Prince of because he's still doing like, he can do up to 50 right now, depending on, how it swings. 30 to 50, depending on how it lands. And then explode it on the Princess. And like, these dudes are nothing. Like, I had no problems except for the one who ends up.
Well, I don't think explode it won't work on him.
Not
he has Yeah,
I know, but I'm just saying I dropped that like just as part of it. But like on this guy, like I hit that, but didn't even need it because like I'm attacking with those attacks and then he's done.
That brings something up with the spell stuff. We'll talk about that later when we get to the spell section, Tales of the Grind. But there's something I just thought of with spells that is a real problem with this game. Okay, so yeah, I need an RNG. However you beat him, you beat this guy, you go through and you get to the next floor, and then it's same thing. No enemies, no random encounters up here. You got to walk through. This floor is it's got some offshoots too that it kind of lures you into, and there might even be some chests in there. I can't remember, but whatever the case, right before the stairway going up to the 5th floor, you get another mini boss in auto battle, and it's a furthering of the Bat Boon enemy lineage with a dope ass purple palette look to it that is called Bazuzu. And that is when I realized I was in a boss rush. I was like, oh shit. Okay, every floor I'm gonna have to do some serious shit here on every one of these. So this character, by the numbers, also has 250 HP, has infinite MP, 127 attack power, 160 defensive power, 75 agility, 1530 experience, 240 gold. Who cares about that? So completely immune to stop, spell, and defeat, and fairly resistant to everything, right? So magic is not going to work out for you. Yeah, his spell book is fucking packed. He's got defeat, explode it, fire bane, heal all, sacrifice, and sleep. Like a brutal repertoire of fucking arcane capability, And I started trying. This is when I was just like, I'm just getting vaped, and I'm trying every spell in my spell book, dude. Like buffs included for the first time, and this thing is just absolutely fucking wrecking me, man. Like none of the attack spells, so I could again explode it, fuck off, like nothing. Like none of the attack spells are doing anything. Defense wasn't working. But I get to sleep actually works on this motherfucker.
Really?
Like I died to him a few times, and when I finally got to sleep off on him, my first time making that happen, and it works, and it kept him asleep the whole fucking time.
Wow.
Absolutely blew my mind. Like I just again totally unexpected, and yeah, I was able to just chip away at his ass with him doing nothing to me, and that's how I got through him. So. Okay. Again, I feel like that is just like the most random lucky RNG ever. Like, there's no way that's how you're supposed to be beating this guy. I don't know.
Wow, the fact that you died to him, Josh, I feel so much better about myself just hearing you guys talk.
Level 33, man.
It sounds like you definitely played the game the best.
I mean, this guy wasn't even a thought. Like the minute he throws a spell, I'm like, oh, stop spell for you, and now you die.
Well, you think you're so expert, Jay? How about this? On death. This guy drops, has a loot drop, and it's the mysterious hat.
Oh, I didn't get that, so that's not automatic, it turns out.
It's definitely not automatic. No, that's what I'm saying.
I didn't get a hat.
Right. So I see this, and I am like, what the fuck is that? So the POM can't equip it. So I'm like, dope, she can't have a helmet, so that's great to see. It adds 4 defensive power, I noticed. Didn't show any signs of cursing, which... We'll get into that later, but that's a whole thing. So I expected it to be cursed. It didn't seem to do that. And it could be unequipped without any trouble. So again, affirmed that belief. It seemingly did nothing in battle. And it's not in Mike's RPG Center at all. So how am I to know what it is if even Mike doesn't know? So, yeah, I'm like, whatever. So... I turned to the Lord disciples with this little situation, and they came through with flying fucking colors.
Oh, nice.
Albeit the information was no longer of benefit to me by the time it happened. But this is a very, very rare loot drop. And yeah, I mean, they were like, for some of the hardcore fucking DW2 players were like stoked that this has happened. They were fucking thrilled that this has happened to me. I guess this is a very, very rare thing. And according to the wiki, it's 1 in 128 occurrences or whatever, of this happening. And it's not the only one that can drop it. There was one or two other things, but this is the one that everyone encounters. So it's even within that absolute certainty, you're still only 128 plays are getting this, So pretty cool. And yeah, it is the only helmet in the game that the POM can wear, and the best one that the POC can don. So whoever you give it to, it's going to be an improvement over what they're rolling with. And more defensive power is always a helpful thing, but the real benefit is it reduces the MP cost of spells by 25%. Yes, which is, and honestly, man,
that's game changer right there.
Yes, I don't think I beat the game without it. I flat out, I don't. The way my end game goes, I don't think it happens without this having been picked up. So
yeah, I mean that makes heal all go from 8 to 6. I mean that's unbelievable.
Yes. Yep.
Huh.
Yep. So that's the Bazuzu, and then the next floor's mini boss is a Zarlox, and this is a tapioca colored bullwong. And those fucking things, bullwongs, are such bullshit. in Roan. Like when I saw this thing popped on my screen, I was like, what kind of shenanigans is this fucking prick gonna pull on me, And plenty actually. By the numbers, it is also 250 HP. That's like the stock number for this fucking end of the game. That's like the maximum amount. And then also has infinite MP. It has 200 attack power. It has 220 defense power, 120 AG, 2200 experience, 255 gold. Which are just insane numbers to put in front of you right before the final boss.
Right, like what the fuck is he going to be?
Right, yeah, just absolute savages in the lab over there at Enix to do this to you. Absolutely brutal. And the first time I battle him, he just, and like again, you get into these things, and like yes, the RNG and shit can change, but like the first time I'm battling him, like this is what I'm thinking, I'm perceiving as the way he's gonna go, or what his deal is. And this motherfucker just casted Exploded on auto fucking pilot. The first time up against him, he absolutely wiped me with nothing but Exploded. The fucker just cast it over and over and over and over and over again. I'm like, how the fuck are you gonna beat a guy that does nothing but cast Exploded?
Cannot manage that.
Right, be high enough level that you can heal through it and hit it back to him. He did not kill me, but he did kill my Prince of Canic, and I was very pissed about that because I wanted to just make it through the end in one rush without coming back. But with the Prince of Canic dying, I was like, well, I can't even res now. It's like, son of a.
Did you think to be carrying a world tree leaf?
I used it like
earlier.
I used it, and since I was like, I'm not going back through the cave to Roan because I couldn't.
I was like, leaf, right?
Yeah, you didn't know the thing. Yeah, see, that's the.
I thought about it. Trust me, because I was like, man, if I had that, then like we're done. I moved through here, but instead I had to like come back pissed off. But
yeah, I absolutely kept one because I am the first thing I thought when I got the revive spell was like, that's the motherfucker that dies the most. Yeah, like, I absolutely need to have some sort of fucking safety net for that. So he casts Exploded on fucking automatically, and then he also casts Heal All. So I'm thinking like, he's using these spells, and I'm like, okay, this motherfucker is chinking the armor. It's got to be stop spell. Like this guy's fucking all spells. It's got to be stop spell that you use. I'm like, okay, fair. Nope. Incorrect. Does not work. Absolutely brutal. So yeah, you just gotta, I just got lucky as fucking the RNG, and he has a weak fire attack too that he does.
Yeah,
that's
the
like
Scorching Flames.
Yeah, which is a way better, which it's amazing that just like being set on fire is like that's your win state.
Oh good, I'm only on fire.
Right, yeah, the whole party is ablaze. Man, I'm lucky. Yeah. So that's how I just got lucky and got that. Is the only way I beat this guy. If he'd have been on that shit that he was on when I first encountered him, I couldn't have beat him. I guess I would have had to go back and grind. But that's how that went. So you finish him off, and then you come up and you are in Hargon's throne room, and it looks cool, but it's nowhere near as fire as the Dragon Lord's digs. Just as like the look of it. It's smaller, of course. For one, you don't have that Dragon Lord has that garden, albeit shitty, that you got to like swamp tile laden garden that you got to go through to get into his little room. There's just more. It looks better, I think, than
I found Hargon's digs wanting.
Yeah, absolutely. And so yeah, and this is the part that's worse too. He has the whole periphery of it are lined with merchant tables. You know, it's a dog shit design decision. It's
didn't
fucking
like
interior
It's
decorator
not very
needs.
feng shui.
Yeah, his gardener's great. His interior designer sucks. There are barrier tiles that are set up kind of like a moat all around the circle-shaped room that he's in. And then when you get up here, I noticed all HP is restored automatically.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I did. Not your MP,
Really?
which is important, but your HP does. So that's, I don't know, kind of cool, kind of interesting concession. And I guess maybe you have to roleplay that as Rubus slipping through with some sort of little come up for you right before you get to him. So I get in here. So yeah, I need MP. So I'm like, ooh, I finally can use this Wizzy ring that I've been holding on to for dear life the whole fucking game that I got from the lottery thing, right? So I use it to bump. Second time ever. I used it when I first got it to try it out. I have not used it since. I use it here, and it ran out of juice. It says, and the copy for that, just since it's the only time we're going to talk about it, reads, PETA slipped on the wizard's ring and spoke a word of magic. The ring crumbled like clay into dust, losing all its power. So that's what happens there when that runs out of...
actually.
Yep. And then I approached, and you walk up to Hargon, and he says, who comes hither to disturb the great Hargon? Dost thou know who I am? He's got a little bit of King of Ostrafair vibes here. And then if you can answer this, and he said, if you say no, he says, then I shall teach thee the proper respect. And for yes, he says, such audacity is unforgivable. And then you head into battle either way. So it's a diamond-shaped flow
Decision
chart. Decision tree, yeah, logic chart. His sprite is yeah, his sprite is pretty gremlin-y. I would say he's got blue skin, he's got big purple ears, he has a robe on with the same Batman logo as the evil clowns. It's like a little another juggalo, like the Apex juggalo with the fucking
He's a juggalo at heart.
Yeah, with the Batman shirt. And then he has a staff that's taller than he is in his right hand to even make him kind of more pathetic, I think. It looks cool. I shouldn't say pathetic. He looks cool and looks imposing, but there is like a little bit of juvenility to him. So by the numbers, and this is interesting to me, he's the only one of these bosses that has 230 HP instead of 250, right? He's got unlimited MP, of course. That makes total sense. The other numbers drop to 180 attack power, 187 defense power, 150 AG, 0 XP, 0 gold. He's impervious to all spells except the fire spells, and I was surprised to find, when consulting the wiki after the fact, stop spell, which I did not use on him, just assuming that it would not work. So I was bummed to read that after the fact. He can cast Heal All, Explode It, and Sleep. And then he has a Sweet Breath attack that can also put you to sleep. So he's got 2 avenues for that. So how did it go, guys?
Pretty freaking quick and easy. Like I said, attack, then increase defense, then attack and explode it, and like
Same flowchart for you?
Moving on. Yeah,
Okay.
It was such a joke.
Jab, how many times did you say it's come through this one too?
Man, as many. Honestly, not as many as I did for Atlas. Atlas honestly was the hardest one for me. And the real bitch of it is he one of the times I got him, but he had already killed I think POC. He dropped the Sword of Destruction, which is a rare drop too. But I think it's
not terribly, not nearly. It's. I got a bunch of them throughout the game.
Okay, there you go. Maybe not 128 then.
Yeah. Definitely.
But yeah, definitely not as much as Atlas, but plenty. Because I was to answer your question, Jerry, I was at level 25.
What?
Right. Yeah, main character 25. Yeah, I just didn't have time to play with the end of the semester and everything, so I did not grind like I should have.
Okay. Well, I roll into my first go with this dude, and the first round he does nothing.
Like
It said he does not, like Targon does nothing or whatever the
Really?
just passes the turn. Yeah, I was like, what the fuck is that?
remember
I was
that
like,
happening.
which I get to me role playing that, it's like, oh, this motherfucker is just
Yeah.
He's just looking at his watch.
Gone.
he's Muhammad Ali in my ass right now. This
Right.
motherfucker
He's
is
like,
just
oh,
like,
was that supposed to hurt?
yeah. Well, this is before I even
done.
have a chance to attack. It's him going first. So, like, literally the battle starts and he does nothing. And he's just like, feeling it out. Yeah, feeling it out. What do you got? Leaning into the ropes. So the second round, he cast Sleep, and it worked on no one. And I thought for sure he's fucking with me here. Like, you know, he's like, he does nothing.
Feeling good so far.
Yeah, then he casts Sleep, it does nothing. He's just batting the bunny around before he drops the hammer, you know. So again, suspense, suspense, suspense. I'm getting that vibe throughout all this. He does cast Heal All the third round, which of course recovers what I've done to him. And then he casts Sleep for a few more rounds, never working once on anyone, before I got the Hargon was defeated message. And I am just like, again, just no fucking way. No way that's the end of the game. There's no way. There's no way.
Dragon Warrior 1 did this to you.
Yeah. Yep. And that's amazing too. That it got me this time too. I mean, I knew I had heard that word before. The word I'm about to say. So I should have. Something should have been there, but it wasn't. I was able to. I don't know. It's just the elation and the immersion of being in it. I don't know what it was, but like I did not expect it. I thought I was not sure. At least I didn't know. Maybe maybe I have to go somewhere else and have another battle. But I didn't think I was going to get like, oh, he's going. It's going to happen right now. And then I mean, honestly, to boot though, it doesn't.
Yeah.
You know, it still fucks with you a little bit. So yes, he dies. And then you get the copy. Thou hast proven a mighty warrior, mightier than Hargon the Great. But there is one even greater than I, a sorcerer of the shadow time, a being of pure malice that none shall overcome. I send thee now to meet Malroth. So okay, like now I know something's gonna happen. We're cooking with gas, but nothing happens. And then this is just specific to me, and this is a little bit of clunky thing with the handheld emulator. It just shuts down. It just shut the game down. I shit you not. The game just and I hadn't saved. I had saved when I came in this room, but the game just shuts down. So I'm like, what the fuck? And like, this game has fucked with me enough to this point where I'm not sure if it's still fucking with me. I'm not sure if this is my emulator doing this or if this is in the game code and it's doing something to me here. You know, like the Dragon Lord in the first one has that thing. If you say yes, the game it breaks the fourth wall and like the game breaks, you know? So like I didn't know if that's what was happening to me here and I would have to restart the game. So I like go through the menus, you know, like I'm like fucking like I restart the thing and I go through the menus and like see if it's fucking I'm going to restart the thing, like if it's saved in, you know what I mean? If it like saved the game and I have to restart the game. So I just wasn't sure what the fuck to do with this information, but in hindsight conjecture, I think so when there's like a close program option in the menu right next to take screenshot. And I think I might have just been excitedly trying to take a screenshot of something and fucking turned it off, you know? But whatever, that's obviously just specific to me and just the mode in which I was playing it. But
I'm sitting here wondering, like, how did your things shut off? Like, that
it was amazing to me at the time how, like, I just didn't know what to do with the information. It was great. But if you don't have your emulator fail on you, as mine did, or do a dumb thing yourself, it leaves you in the empty room after that copy with no direction, right? So you actually have to physically turn around and take a few steps towards the exit before some flames appear all around you, and then some of in addition to the flames, some of those butthole tiles also appear on the fucking on the brick path areas. And then the fucking the shit shakes, and then your Malroth boss battle ensues. And this dude's numbers are just absolute beast. He has 250 HP, again, the max. They'd have done more, but there must be like a code reason it can't be more. Yeah. You know code cap. Right, yeah. And then he has infinite MP also, of course. And then his attack power is 255. His defense power is 255. His agility is 110. And of course, you don't get anything number-wise for beating him. So defense and surround supposedly work on him, according to the wiki. But yeah, fucking right. Like, you're not.
I hit defense. Like I told you, 100%. That's
okay.
The third spell that gets cast, or the second spell that gets cast immediately.
I was too busy healing. So I didn't have time for dumb shit. But yeah, it's max resistance to all else. So whether those work or not, the other shit doesn't for sure. And the only spell he has is Heal All. And then he also has a Blazing Fire attack that hits the full party. So pretty limited option set for what you can get from this character. And you feel that too. I feel like you feel that in the battle. It like this dude for me was just nonstop heal-alling motherfucker. Like, you know, it was just an RNG war of attrition. I didn't feel I spent the whole time feeling like I wasn't making progress. The whole time. It took me, I don't know, 2 or 3 tries to make this happen, I think. I mentioned how, so I saved when I came in the room. I used the wizard ring after that. So thank God that's how my save scumming went.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
you'd have been in some trouble there. Yeah.
Yeah, would not
That's
have
all it
worked
can
out.
get you.
Yep. So that's the thing about the ring. It's not like a set number of uses. It's just a random does it break when you use it this time thing.
Mm-hmm.
So the second time I go in, I use the ring and it worked a whole bunch more times. So I was able to get her back up to pretty close to full MP, if not full. So, and then I saved. So yeah, that was really the only way it worked out for me. If I'd have been stuck, I had like 68 or some shit like that the first time, and there's no way I could have survived because it took me so many turns. I mean, I'm not exaggerating, dudes. 20 to 25 turns of just him healing and me keeping going, and then me healing myself. The POC's long fucking dead. It's just me healing myself, and then, PETA, and then the Prince of Maidenhall back and forth, and then the Prince of Maidenhall just mindlessly clubbing on him,
chopping away. Right.
This is when I was able to actually get the most out of the Prince of Canik. Like he was actually, when he was doing like
he was doing damage. Oh my god! One.
That's what I'm saying. Like he was doing 1 on the previous one, but for him, obviously this one took a little longer because of the.
Well, that doesn't make sense because this definitely has the highest defensive power.
That's what I'm saying. Like I don't know. Like this one took a little longer because of the heal wall.
Yeah. But your defense spell also must have worked. If you kept him alive and that's what you're doing, using that repeatedly, I guess maybe that's possible that you can get his defense down to a point where the Prince of Canik plus your level of 30 for that motherfucker. I guess maybe that would work out to a positive where he's actually doing damage. Yeah, no, the Prince of Canik never did a fucking thing for me offensively in this entire castle.
He was definitely limited. He had his uses here and there. I would say between defeat, like I used defeat. Well, not really in here, like outside and stuff. He proved his usefulness, I would say for sure.
Jab, talk to us about your Malroth.
I have the fucking same exact experience that I had with starting in Atlas. It was just fucking, I cheated.
But how many though? Like, I mean, did you? Like,
it's hard to even. I can't even remember.
I guess if you're safe scumming every turn, yeah.
Yeah, it was every turn. So it's like it's not even like you're not really tracking anything. You're just kind of like
mindlessly. So what was the thing? So what you would a fire breath? Which was optimal? A fire breath or his melee attack?
The fire breath wasn't so bad. It wasn't as bad,
right?
You know, the melee, like if I can get one character dead, that becomes a problem. But the fire breath in this game, like you said, even from was it Zarlox maybe? Really not all that bad.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, I probably should have just watched the end of the fucking game on YouTube. So.
Probably, yeah, more pleasurable experience at minimum.
Yeah, probably a lot faster too. But
yep.
Here we are.
Well, eventually, maybe, hopefully, please, game gods, after all I've given you, please, grant me the 1s and 0s to see the copy of Destiny alone in that text box. Thou hast defeated Malroth. And you get that? And then, thou hast delivered the world from Malroth's evil. Great is the victory, and great are the rewards. I, Rubus, have watched thy struggles, and I am proud of thee. Go now. That's good. That's good copywriting.
Mm-hmm.
Good copywriting. The screen flashes, and you are back on the overworld map. On the desert patch where Hargon's castle once stood, but no longer does, so it's crumbled to dust, apparently, around you. And you're not in a cinematic. You are just back to playing Dragon Warrior 2. All your HP and MP are restored, but that doesn't matter because there are no random encounters to deal with while hobbling back to the Rhone Monolith, which is what your first destination is going to be, of course. Hallelujah. And again, I couldn't believe it. I was like, how am I not just back at a cat? What is this? What the fuck is happening here? So yes, you have to walk your ass back, and no one's gonna not stop at that monolith. So you go in there, and then yes, the rabbi is still there at the Black Market HOH. He says the people will be free again, for the evil magic has dissipated like smoke in the wind. Fucking just reading poetry to you now. And the Whirlpool Cleaner Girl says, "Oh, it is like a dream to think that someone had the power to destroy Hargon." So they provide no direction either. They don't tell you anything. You're not just whisked away anywhere. You're just still playing Dragon Warrior 2. So I'm like, okay, like there's no random counters. They're not giving me any direction. I guess I am just fucking popping bottles with models at fucking the club now. Like, what am I doing? Like, where do I go? I'm gonna go on a fucking hang out with the homies world tour. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna fucking sail around the world and talk to all my homies and see what people have to say about this fucking feat I just accomplished. And like, you have agency over all that. You get to decide what happens now. And that is fucking incredible, man.
So
that is
cool.
Unbelievable. I cannot fucking believe that this game did that. It's so fucking good, man. And so different. Like, none of these games have done this. And holy shit, are any of them ever going to do it again? I don't know. I expect not. I can't think beyond open world MMOs of in modern day that give you like where you just go back to it, like Skyrim, and okay, we're just playing more Skyrim after you kill the fucking dragon, all doing
right.
You know, like 20 years we have to wait before we get that kind of game, you know, that I know of. So holy fuck, like holy fuck. How did you guys celebrate? What did you guys do?
That's an interesting way to look at it. I was. First of all, coming in, I was very much like, fuck these guys. I'm going to lay the hammer down. So when I did, I was like, hell, fuck yeah. And I was like, obviously stopped at the monolith like you did. But then I was kind of like, where's my celebration, man? Like, you're talking about this as a good thing. I'm like,
they're not congratulating me enough.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Exactly. I'm like, I want a procession. I want a speech. What are we doing here? So I just went, you know, in the portal there and went back to Baran, and then I talked to somebody. I don't even remember who it was. Somebody made a comment of like, oh, you need to hurry and get like, you know, some kind of dialogue that made me think like, oh, I should go to Mide Hall or I should go back home kind of thing. But other than that, I was kind of just like, I need some direction, man. I'm not just like, what are we doing? I want to be like celebrated, shut this game down. Like, what's happening?
Okay. So is that what you did? You just went back to Mine Hall?
Yeah, I was straight back to Mine Hall.
Okay. Jab, what I want to know what you did the first time you played this. I want to know what you did now. What did you make of this? Like
the first time I played, I have no idea. I mean, that was like fuck.
This doesn't stand out to you as like a fuck. Oh my god, this would have happened to me. I would remember this as a kid, man. I think
no, I wasn't even a kid.
I know. Yours was more recent than that, but I'm simply saying, like, even that long ago, I feel like I would remember this. So the fact that it wasn't as a kid and you was an adult, even if it was a decade ago, I can't believe this doesn't stand out to you and you don't have some sort of something that you did to talk about.
No, I don't. I didn't. I don't remember what I did. That was like 2011 or so. I can't remember. And even this time, no joke, I finished this in bed at like, it's 3:13 right now when we're recording. I finished this at like 11:40, and then I went and helped my buddy move that shit after the party, and then I came here. So I just basically beat Malroth, and then I fucking closed the computer, went and helped Alex, and then boom, came back.
Oh my god, unreal.
Yeah.
Okay, well, there's plenty to talk about, guys. You can do a lot. I whirlpooled back to Baran. Also, I had to use step guard just like the BHF days and everything, which BHF means before Hargon was fragged, if you didn't know. And each sprite type in the game has the same dialogue worldwide now. So each type of character. The girl and the rabbi, they all say the same shit everywhere else as they did in the monolith. The soldiers all say, "Thou art great warriors." The merchants and wise men say the same thing. They say, "Thanks to thee, peace has returned." And the barbarians, whether they're incarcerated or not, say, "Thou hast done exceedingly well." And I love that theirs is the most refined sounding. You know, that's very contrarian. The dippy vest enthusiasts with the blue hair say Hargon doesn't exist anymore, does he? And that's all of them. So yeah, I don't know who you talked to, Jay. Especially in Baran. I know I talked to everyone in Baran. I don't know.
Maybe was it a flame? Like, I don't know. I feel like
Okay.
when you after you beat it,
Oh, I think you
don't you talk to the flames in Hargon's castle right before? I'm like, because maybe I talked to a flame or something. I feel like it was like,
well, no, yours teleported out. But if you went back to Moonbrook, maybe. Okay, we'll get there. Either way. So then I had to go outside and hop on my ship and set sail for wherever outside of Baran, right? So I'm like, yeah, of course, I got to go see my drunk ass dad in Midenhall eventually. But first, I'm going to stop and catch up with the homies. So first, I go to Don Mahone, the prick. So I sail my ass up that river all the way to fucking Toon. And he said the same stock wise man patter, which very disappointing. But only from his celebrity mouth did I actually believe it. Todd doesn't believe anyone with less than a 7-figure TikTok following. And Don Mahone, his words had gravitas to me. So that one was a little bit of a bummer, but the rest of them get good, dudes. You're going to fucking love this. So King Lorik's his bitch-ass grandkid in Alefgard was next on my list. So I go to him, and you go in and talk to him. He says, I apologize for deceiving thee. I am the king of this castle. Ha, ha, ha. So he's still held up in his slum hovel. And really, that might actually be the same, too. But as he originally says, but at least it's not... Like, each king... doesn't say the same thing like all the other sprites, I guess is what I'm getting at here, you know? So that's kind of fun. But it did occur to me, talking to him and having him say that same shit, do we have to change the name of this podcast and the theming of all of it now that we know King Lorik's bloodline is such a bitch? Like this whole podcast is like in revere of the Lorik bloodline, and he's a pussy. This guy's a bitch. Like, I don't think we can celebrate them anymore.
Well, that's the thing is, have you played Dragon Warrior 3?
No, so I'm excited to see where it goes.
That's the line might redeem itself.
Okay, that's beautiful to hear, because that's funny. The next person I go to see is I jump over the channel and go talk to DL the Thirds into his pad and talk to him, and he says, this is fucking great. Thou hast done well, Todd. Let bygones be bygones, and we shall be friends. How fucking good is that?
Wait, which one was this?
This is the Dragon Lord. This is what the Dragon Lord says.
Oh, fucking
yes. He says, let bygones be bygones, and shall we... And yes, like, I have to assume at some point, you suggest that maybe it's Dragon Warrior 3, and that's great if that's the case. But there's no doubt in my mind that someone, at the way this franchise I know to work, at some point, the Dragon Lord fucking family is coming back up in my questing, you know? So this has extra weight to it, you know, that you're declaring yourself as friends here, but it's going to go sour at some point for sure, because there's no way this doesn't have some significance, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So yeah, I read that, I was like, oh god, so good, so fucking
that's fucking awesome.
Yes. Yeah. So then I have to stop in at Moonbrook and pour a little liquor out for Peeta's dead homies. And the extra-noided flames have calmed down considerably. They're no longer freaking out. The one says, see a light. That is the pure light of Rubus rising from the sea. We thank thee for all thou hast done. And they all say that, even the king, and that actually kind of bummed me out a little bit, that the king didn't have some sort of profound Peeta thing. And that also, I can't remember who it was, someone on the Facebook page was saying that he remembered the king saying some like really sad shit, and I thought this is where I was going to get that, because, you know, I had that like anticipation of that person saying that fucking however many episodes ago, you know. So I was kind of bummed out that he didn't have some unique pattern to that, but what are you going to do? So then I'm back to Canuck, and although we didn't talk to her a lot, if you recall, Talent's, or the POC's sister, is hanging out there up in her little chambers on the northeast corner of the castle. And she was talking shit the whole time, saying that he's like fucking slow and he like takes his fucking sweet time doing everything and yada yada yada. She talks shit to him about it the whole game basically. So you go talk to her now and she's got something new to say. She says, brother, thou hast done well. I shall never doubt thee again. So she's fucking finally being supportive.
Save the world, and she's like, oh, okay.
Yeah, I guess you're cool.
All right.
Cool. The king here is also full of family pride and bluster. He says, once again, the line of Erdrick has proven true. Talent, my heir, thou hast gained a great victory, and I am proud of thee. And then he says, to thy new duties must thou go, Todd. And then the only thing left that I could think of was Midenhall. So We go back there. It's empty when you walk in. Tool shed and treasury, all vacant posts. There are 8 soldiers lined in the hallway to the throne room. Your crunk-ass dad awaits, swaying from the banister at the bottom of the stairs. And the POC and POM break off to the side as you approach. And then the king addresses you. He says, Todd, thou art of the line of Erdrick and have proven thy heritage by thy deeds. Now is the time for thee to take the throne. Will it be so? And you can answer this. They kind of quasi give you agency, but if you say no, he says, be careful, Todd. Do not be selfish. And he'll just repeat that in a fucking broken loop. Pretty about that. I'm kind of bummed that you can't fucking, it should give
really
like,
a choice.
Yeah, it should be like Dragon Lord. It should be like, okay, fine, bitch. Game over. Go do it again then, asshole. You want to be a snide prick, then pay the penalty. But they don't. They just broken loop you. If you say yes, he says, hail all to the new monarch of Maidenhall. Then he says, now, Talent, Prince of Canuck, come forth. And I'm sitting there thinking to myself, what is this drunk ass motherfucker about to say to this kid? I thought he was gonna, who knows what this fucking guy's about to say. But he does. He just fucking also has the princess come forth too. And they both join your side there. And then he says, this charge I lay on the heroes, that forevermore they guard against evil. 3 cheers for the new monarch of Maidenhall. Hip, hip, hooray. And then, it kind of again, I had low expectations for what his fucking drunk ass was going to do in this situation. And it was actually pretty eloquent for someone who's 3 sheets to the wind at all times. So I think, it's like the drunk the drunk uncle at the fucking wedding, oh God, what's this guy fucking about to toast to? And then he actually drops a good one, It's like, okay, yeah, good job. Okay. Good. Yeah. Then it says, then peace returned in a dialogue box, and the credit tunes fire up. The credits roll in yellow and purple font, very movie style. And we eventually get to an end card that is gorgeous pixel art. It's got Erdrick's sword, so good thing we didn't sell that for 2 gold. And the shield, and then the helmet sitting on the ground under a spotlight in a black void. And the little glint animation on the swords and helmet shield jewels will repeat in silence after the song ends, if you'd like it to. But there's no armor, and I kind of thought, what's up with that? Why isn't the armor there? Why did they exclude that? Just, I don't know. Like you said, Jab, they got to roll the fucking game out, I guess. They didn't have time to do the armor.
Keep it moving here.
Yeah. Just like us. Let us now turn our attention to our final bestiary annals. And I was the early bird getting the worm on this leg of the quest. So I'm going to go here first before you savages take my baby away from me. And I'm okay with doing a snake draft, just to demonstrate how fair my monarchy is. But I'm going to go first, and I'm going to start with the green dragon, so we don't get that taken from me here. And yes, I cannot believe that they used the exact same spray from DW1. And you'll not convince me under any circumstances that it wasn't deliberate nostalgic nod, a deliberate nostalgic nod, and not just lazy 90s game developer bullshit. Which is what I'm sure someone has tried to suggest at some point in all the criticism of these old games. Particularly this one, you said a lot of people talk shit about this one and say it's the worst. So I'm sure someone at some point's been like, and they even use the same fucking green dragon spray. Yeah, go fuck yourself.
No reason for that.
Yes. And they're even, it's the same model pose, showing us his profile, it's just great. So by the numbers, these things have 95 HP, 0 MP, 130 attack power, 56 defensive power, 69 agility, 237 experience points, 147 gold. And they have a Scorching Flames attack, as dragons are wont to do. They have max sleep resistance, solid everywhere else as well. And you know what? That might also be a nod, I think. And Jab, remind me if I'm incorrect here, but I believe putting the green dragon to sleep is kind of like an earlier than you're supposed to rescue Gwaelin tactic. Like, you can get that to work sometimes and kind of eke your way into beating that green dragon a little earlier than you're supposed to. So I think, at least I want to think, that that's its own little nostalgic tip on top of the fact that it's there in the first place, you know. So
yeah, you can definitely get him to sleep early, and yeah, you can kind of cheese your way earlier than you should. Yeah, you're right.
That's fucking amazing, absolutely amazing. And you know what, and I didn't think of it until now, but this is there are no other dragons in this game.
Yeah,
it's the only one. So fucking A, man, just great, really great. And that's the thing too, like that's another, I think, an argument for it being a deliberate thing is that it's not like they saturated this and just like lazily put them all in here. Which they could have if they wanted to take the lazy approach with this particular enemy family or whatever. They would have put more of them and populated even more with these fucking things. So I think it's just all so deliberate in my opinion. It's fucking great.
Yup, definitely.
So these things can also, again, we were talking earlier about this, they can drop the Sword of Destruction too. They are one of the multiple enemies. Like all those the Cyclops and Giants, I believe, all can. These can. I think there's some other shit too. So yeah, it's not nearly as rare to come across as that mysterious hat shit. So yeah, we first see these in the Cave to Roan, and then again in Hargon's Digs, as far as their natural habitats go. Jay, bestiary, what do you got?
I'm going to have to start out with the one and only the Blizzards. I mean,
fucker. That's my next one too.
That's why. Of course I'm going to choose these things. They were the bane of my existence for so long up on the hills of Roan. So it was only when, and I said this in the chat, it was only when I knew I could start one-shotting them when Gentlemod that I was like, hell yeah, bring it. But numbers-wise, they have 90 HP, infinite MP, 111 attack power, 33 defense, 85 agility. You get 253 XP and 113 gold for defeating them. Clearly, their biggest threat is that they cast defeat all the damn time. So you never know, RNG-wise, I could be like wrecking shit on the way to Hargon's castle and get like a random defeat spell. Prince of Cannon goes down and I got to trundle my ass back to the road monolith again.
The thing it's cool too about their spells, they have two. They have defense and defeat, which are practically they're polar opposites in the flow of battle as far as their effect on the shit. So it's just great, really, really, really fucking great. I think. And here's the cool thing too. I noticed these with the defeat spell it's really, really interesting thing when they cast it. It tips its hand as to whether it works or not. I don't know if you guys noticed this or not, but the screen turns red with that death as soon as they cast it. It doesn't go through the text. Because it goes through each character and says whether it worked or not. And it doesn't, you don't see that before the screen turns red. So if it stays white, you know it doesn't work on any of them and you can breathe easy, you know? So I noticed that, and that was a cool little, I'm sure it wasn't an intentional thing, but it was a funny little thing that they...
I was just on waiting on bated breath each time, like, okay, I'm good. Yeah. Okay, I'm good.
Huh.
Pretty cool. The fun thing, too, I felt like another just kind of RNG thing with these dudes, once you would encounter those four count parties of them, you know, and like on like first glance, that's terrifying because yes, these things can all cast defeat. I don't think a single time that I encountered the 4-party ones that they would cast that they would all. I felt every time that they would cast defense. All of them, all 4 of them would cast defense. So I don't know if that was like, you're talking about just like hastily balancing the end of this game. To me, that's like, these things can't cast defense. You have 4 of them. There's no way. Like, or they can't cast defeat, rather. They can't have 4 of them casting defeat. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah, because you will fucking die.
Yeah, so if you get 4 of them, let's just nerf that, you know? So, maybe I'll buy that aspect of harried and poorly balanced in-game stuff. Because I felt like that was the case for sure. The sprite too, Jay, the sprite. They look like they're throwing a fucking tantrum.
Oh my gosh.
They look like they're throwing a fucking tantrum. They're like children throwing a tantrum. It's fucking great.
I just take it like they're just like big electricity like beings. So yeah, I found them kind of cool. I don't know. They remind me of something that I drew as a kid. You know, just like easy to draw, jagged edges, electricity men kind of a thing.
Sure.
So,
they have vibes of the Chuck E. Cheese game where you fire the gun and knock the things down. They have the fuzzy edges.
Oh my god, I forgot about those things.
That's what they kind of look like those.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah. Jab.
First one I have is I want to make sure I get this name right. Actually, the Mace Master. I want to make sure I got one last Juggalo in here. I can't remember where. Oh yeah, it says here locations: Hall of Hargon, 3rd floor only. So they have the same wizard sprite with the Juggalo coloring and Batman logo. They're holding 2 maces in the air.
Hall of Hargon. So in the castle, because I think I went through this whole thing where I was like, are they a mini boss? I got into a fight. Yeah, there is a fight with one of those.
Mm-hmm.
But they were the latest in a long line of little bitches. So when it comes
but no, I'm saying like because I originally put them in the bestiary annal list that I sent you guys in the notes, right? And then I went through and I was like, okay, we're not going to use the mini bosses. We're going to take those out. So I physically took those out. So I spent this whole thing where I was like Googling around and trying to figure out. I couldn't remember whether I had like it was an auto battle thing or whether I had just randomly encountered them somewhere, and put them in the list. So if they're in the Hall of Hargon, that's the tower, and we said there's no random encounters.
That's the thing.
I don't know what to make of that.
When I was going through there, I don't know that I didn't feel like there weren't any, but I felt like they were few and far between.
Seldom. Okay.
Yeah, because like we run into them, so I was always kind of feeling like, okay, maybe maybe the shoe will drop, maybe there'll be more. But then when I didn't, it was like, okay,
Sorry, Jeff. That threw me for a loop there because I had a whole thing. I spent a whole fucking internet runaround thing on that.
That's fine. I mean, in Mike's RPG Center, they're listed amongst the regular enemies.
Right. That was the deciding factor in me not putting them as a boss was that they weren't listed. Yeah, because they have that. That's the cool thing. Yeah, they have that table. Mike has that table that's specifically the mini bosses.
Yeah.
Fucking Mike's great.
He really is. I don't know what I'd do without him. Let's see here. They can cast Defeat, Defense, Explode at, Increase, and Revive. Revive is an interesting one. I definitely didn't see that in like the 1 or 2 times I encountered them.
Right.
Let's get some info on them. 158 HP, Unlimited MP, 92 Attack, 38 Defense, 100 Agility, 317 Experience, and 100 Gold for your trouble. They can drop the lightning staff, which I'm assuming is the...
Yeah, well, that's the second one.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So that's my first one.
That's perfect. Like when I encountered those, I was like retroactively upset they weren't the gremlins at the throne.
Yeah. It would make a little more sense in a way.
Yeah, it would have made perfect sense for those to be there.
Yeah.
He really likes gremlins guarding things. What are you gonna do?
Well, I don't mean that. I just mean because each time those gremlins have been someone from that family. They've been the evil clowns or at least the either the gremlin sprite or the clown sprite. One or the other. Either way, Hargon's minions. So you already took Blizzard, so I'll just jump to my third one. I have the Bullwongs because fuck these fucking guys.
Suck, man.
Yeah, when you first get to Rome, these are utterly, absolutely impossible. Even when you get them just one standalone, they are absolutely impossible. And then they also start pairing them with other things, which is fucking ridiculous. It's fucking ridiculous. It's absolutely fucking ridiculous. The sprite is basically Chaos from Final Fantasy. Speaking of.
Yeah, a little bit.
Without the marmot dick, of course. They have a huge demon, kind of purple skin, red gargoyle wing, devil pointy tail, real mean muggy face, etc., thing going on. And then they also, this is great, like the antithesis of that, they have these like elf boots and mittens, like this, like they're wearing like the softest, fuzziest fucking clothing accessories to counteract, their vibe, I guess.
Probably
I just think of them as
than
boxers.
claws.
Yeah, I mean, I thought they had boxing gloves on, like they're ready to like,
okay.
Either
way, it's fun either way. So they have 210 HP, which is awfully close to in-game boss tier HP, in my opinion, for just things in the plateau, And they have unlimited MP, 140 AP for fuck's sake, and then 80 defense power, and then 150 AG, so running from them, very difficult, and then 712 XP, which is not enough for how hard they are, and then 110 gold. And they get 2 actions per turn with that bullshit attack power, which is fucked up. So really, you're talking 280. Sucks. They have both Explodette and a Flame Breath attack, both of which hit all 3 party members. And their resistances are not as high as I expected them to be, but I didn't feel like magic shit ever worked on them, you know?
Yeah.
So again, these numbers on the fucking wiki tell me one thing, and in practicality, me thinking you're full of shit.
Explodette would definitely work on them, because I would do a 1-2 for a large part of my grinding time. It was like Gentle Ma with the heavy attack, and the Princess with Explodette, like taking those dudes out, like the combination of them. When it would land. Sometimes it wouldn't.
I probably didn't use, just like with the first one, again, that might be too much Dragon Warrior in my life informing the way I approach this game and shouldn't. And that I'm not like Hurt More. We talked about Hurt Mores. It's useless. You don't use Hurt More in the first one really. And this is Explodette is Dragon Warrior 2's Hurt More equivalent in my opinion. And I didn't really use it all that much.
Explodette was a game changer for me. Like, it literally changed the game from me feeling like I'm just getting worked and the princess is useless to like all of a sudden power balance.
We already talked about you having a more enjoyable in-game experience than all of us. We know that. Okay, we're aware.
You were freaking out in the group chat, but you were putting in the time that made it so that you had the best experience. So, way to go.
Good job, yeah. These things the Bullwonks can also drop Wizzy Rings. Supposedly, I never got one, but that would have been nice. For a reason I got into the Tales of the Grind, I have a little note on this. I was seeking another Wizzy Ring at one point, so in hindsight, when I read these to do the notes here with the bestiary shit, I was like, oh fuck, I fucking not ran from as many of those as I did.
It's so fascinating to me that you're concerned about these Wizzy Rings. I didn't even know they existed. This was never a concern of mine. Like, it wasn't
the idea of getting MP back was so. When I was like thinking about what I wanted,
that's crazy.
I wanted to have in my fucking toolbox for the end of the game, being able to replenish MP for both my spellcasters was like, oh, that's a good idea. I want to do that. So as far as habitat goes, they are thankfully only on, as I mentioned earlier, the northern half of the Rhone Plateau, which is smart because if you walked out of the Rhone Cave and bumped into one of these things and you couldn't run from it because their agility's so fucking high and it just vaped your ass, motherfuckers would be chucking their Nintendo into the fucking wall in 1990. So smart game design in that regard to counter argue all the ideas we've talked about in weird balancing issues with the late game stuff. So another testament to them actually doing it right.
People would have written in letters that got to Nintendo in 6 to 8 weeks.
Yeah, talking mad shit. Jay, what was your second installment on the bestiary front?
My second one is going to be the Bat-Boon, the Silver Bat-Boon. They have 89 HP, unlimited MP, 92 attack, 35 defense, 90 agility. You get 211 XP and 96 gold for defeating them.
They can cast defeat, don't they?
They can cast Heal All and Firebane.
They don't have defeat, so the next one, the gold ones.
Yeah, the gold ones cast defeat in their pain. But these ones, I mean, they would show up in groups up on the hill. You often see like 3 of them in a giant or 3 of them in something, and yeah, it's a pain.
It stacks.
Especially the gold ones too. But yeah, for sure, multiple Firebanes going out at a time can be a pain. Especially when I was like lower level, you know, just kind of getting up there and trying to get my bearing straight. Ugh, freaking nuts.
Yeah, I like that. I mentioned like the way I worded it was they're crawling up. Those and the, what was it? One other thing crawling up out of the cave to Rhone, like just a couple things to like, I don't know, you know, like something that you're comfortable with and familiar with, you know, just like maybe soften the blow of what you're bumping into as soon as you come out of Rhone. Try to give you something you're familiar with. You're like, okay, I like have an idea of what to do with these guys. Jab, number 2.
Number 2, we talked about it being huge and intimidating, the Cyclops. A Rhone thing as soon as you come out of the cave. I don't know if that's like a design thing. I mean, it sounds like Josh got 3 and me and Jay got 2, so I'd probably not an auto battle, but definitely the experience of all 3 of us coming out of the cave, and then boom, the first thing you see is fucking a group of Cyclops.
Yep.
So yeah, 115 HP, 0 MP, 121 attack, 32 defense, 90 agility. I don't believe this. I swear this is wrong. I'm on the wiki here, and I'm not buying this.
Fuck that wiki. Fuck that wiki.
Yeah, it's got some problems. 188 experience for the trouble, 99 gold. Sounds right. Yeah.
No, yeah, grinding in the southern part of the plateau is not helpful. Grinding right there on the fringe of the northern is where I did all my grinding.
Okay.
On the plateau, because those Cyclops are worthless comparatively.
Oh, maybe. I mean, yeah, maybe not. Like I said, I did a lot of running at that point. What's nice about it is like I didn't have to like save scum the evasion of battles. Like I did get the places I was going, but once I hit those mini bosses and shit, then I was in a lot of trouble. So yeah, Cyclops, really cool. Sprite, big blue critter,
really clean. It's like a really clean. I don't know, something about it is very clean.
It is. It's like it's somehow like very detailed and like obvious. Everything about it is obvious. So it's wearing like a caveman sash thing.
Yeah. That's fun. That's a meaningless memory, but it reminds me of this one Bugs Bunny cartoon. That thing is this one. You guys have probably seen it, but I
know the one you're talking about.
Yeah, the dinosaur one. It's like a prehistoric. It's got this really dumb dude with a club, and I forget what he's trying to get Bugs Bunny to do, but it's a big cartoon from my childhood. But yes, seeing those and that uniform made me think of that one Bugs Bunny cartoon.
Nice.
I don't have a third one because fucking Jay took it. So what's your third, Jay?
Mine is also the same line. The Giants. I mean, clearly, like, always, just everywhere up in Rome. Just pretty much what I feasted on, grinding up, which would give me to help get me to level 33. These bad boys.
Why do the Final Fantasy and why did the Square and the it's the same one? They become the same company.
They become the same, yeah.
But I was going to say, why are the Giants green? That's not in any part of any other lore I know of, But that's funny that they become. I didn't even think of that.
That's probably what made them realize they should combine the companies.
Right. They were like, we have the same vision on green. Giants. We belong in the same development.
We're ready to rock.
Yeah, we're ready to rock. Yeah, unified vision. Here we go.
Oh, man. So these have 155 HP. 0 magic, so they're just clearly, as you would expect, walking with a big club, just all brute strength. So they do 145 attack, only 41 defense, 100 agility, and you get 278 XP and 95 gold. So walking up on 2 or 3 of these, gotta have some defense, but you get some nice XP out of them when you're done.
Jab, who's Mr. Irrelevant in this draft?
Mr. Irrelevant is not that one. Close that window. It is the attack bot. The aforementioned attack bots.
The robots, yeah. So out of place.
So out of place. Almost like I don't want to say it's like it's not a problem, but I almost kind of appreciate how out of a place it is. We're talking
it has less of a like in Final Fantasy. You can get there. There's enough supporting evidence to make it story world possible. Here, though, yeah, it's like. That's the cheese stands alone.
Yeah, in Final Fantasy there was like civilizations that had crumbled long ago that were technologically advanced. So
there's none of that here. At least that we know yet. Like we said, we're going places with the series. So
you might find some shit out in 3. I don't know. Yeah. I leveled up in 3. There's like a class change system that you can do. So I was like, ooh, I definitely want to level up and waste my entire life instead of learning things. So I did that, and I got some like really good characters in 2 classes. So 3 characters. It's actually 4 characters. Blah blah blah. I don't fucking know anything about the story. Yeah, the sprite is cool. It's like a robot kind of looking thing. It's got a big scimitar looking sword in its right hand. It looks like it has arrows slung over its back, and lots of pastel-y purples and blues and oranges going on with their color scheme. So really cool looking sprite. I appreciate it. I fought them on occasion. I didn't have as much trouble with them as you guys did, which is weird because I was under-leveled. I didn't find them to be the pain that you guys found them to be.
They were the same. It was the same thing. Like, but the fucking POC was useless to them. It was just They have high defense, right? What's their defense?
They do indeed have high defense. 120 HP, 0 MP, 115 attack. Drum roll. 230 defense.
Yeah, I told you. Yeah, I couldn't do. They were impervious to me. Yeah, I couldn't do anything with them.
That's weird. Maybe I was attacking something else, but I wasn't. Either way, agility 90, experience 532, and 120 gold for your trouble. And as you guys mentioned previously, they do attack twice per turn.
Sucks.
Yeah. Oh, and as you say, the Prince of Cannock, fire I'm looking on the thing now, the wiki, so these terms won't translate directly. Fire, dazzle, snooze, thwack, fizzle resistance, all 7 out of 7. Oh, except actually dazzle is 2 out of 7. Excuse me.
Dazzle is, I think that's defense or sleep. You can click on it and it tells you. I have to click every time. Dazzle. Or stop spell, maybe? I think it might be stop spell. Can't remember.
Reduce accuracy. I think that's the surround spell.
Yep. That's it. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
The one I did not say.
Literally the only one.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're cool looking. Ninja robots. Kind of hard to not like that.
Word. Okay. Well, let's get into our wind down on our tales of the grind. Jay, and I guess, it's worth noting, it's not just Tales of the Grind. Like, this is our last opportunity to speak of any random happenings, which I have quite a few of. So, by all means, if you have some sort of just random shit that we haven't got to, let's discuss that as well.
Yeah, so where we finished off last episode, I was feeling pretty good level-wise, but then this whole experience on the cave, the Path to Rome, was incredibly humbling. So, trying to make it through that cave, I grinded quite a bit, like around that the monolith of Iran right there, right where you come out, just as much as I could right there, and then I die and kind of go back, and then finally once I made it through, it was just right outside of the freaking Rhone monolith, because I thought Rhone, first of all, I was confused. Like, we're talking about going to Rhone. I'm looking for a town called Rhone. Where's the town with the N to Rhone and all that? So I get there, and I'm just like, where the fuck? Like, even when I get to the monolith, I'm like, okay, it's great this is here. But, like, where's Rhone? Like, am I...
They mentioned...
I was very confused.
They refer to it as the Rhone Plateau. At some point in copy. So I was always on the Rhone Valley. Like, they use these terms that are like kind of bigger geographical regions that had me, understanding that it was one of the few things I guess that I understood about the end game was that it was like it was that area on the map that we hadn't got to in the mountains,
Yeah. I mean, but honestly, getting up there, like I said, I'm like, there's no town to speak of, and I felt so damn good getting through that cave. But I was getting mauled, man. Like, at first by these freaking giants. Like, and forget it when you come across a freaking blizzard and get defeated. Like, that's a whole nother thing. But, like, I was just getting, like, I could go 2 feet and, like, I was dying every single.
You don't need to go 2 feet. You only need to go 1.
That's what I'm saying. Like, at first, because I'm so used to, like, all right, let me try to make it to the castle. Let me see how far I can get. But I was just like, why do I even need to go anywhere? Like, somebody's going to die. At first, it was like, somebody's going to die in this battle, and I'm going to need to go back anyway. So what's the point of even going anywhere else?
Instead of calling it a grind, call it your just tales of my crawl, tales of my hokey pokey. Put one foot in, and
it really was like that. Like, and the Prince of Canuck died so much that I was kind of like, okay. I saw, like, since you had obviously beat the game first, I saw that you got, like, the mink coat, and I was like, now I see why he was, like, eked out, maybe went back just to get the freaking, like, 5 extra points or whatever of defense you get.
Well, it was not hard to do when I learned learned the tactic that I did to do it.
But, like, I died so much, like, I just said, forget it. Like, I'm going to lose. I keep losing all my gold at this point. Like, I'm going to die. It's the chances of me getting utterly destroyed by getting a multiple blizzard encounter are very high at this point. So I was like, forget it. It's clearly in-game grind time. So it went from, like, very miserable, like, I'm just getting my ass kicked over and over, small baby steps. All of a sudden, it's like, I got exploded. And I was like, holy shit, she can actually do some damage now. Like, okay, what's happening? But then it was like, I got to level 30, and I was able to start swinging a lot harder, it felt like, with Gentle Ma. And so I was like, okay, I think I might go to the castle now. And I was going that direction. I was like smashing stuff on the way there. I was like, all right, I'm good. Because and thinking about the strategy guide, they're always like, you got to be level 600 to go to, like, this easy thing where we're going to So I'm like, whatever. I'm not even, like, looking at what they're talking about. But then, of course, on the way, I end up with, like, bad RNG, and then, like, Prince of Canuck dies, again. And I'm just like, fucking A, man. Like, I can't have this dude die. Like, clearly it's just not good enough. So I went back and was just like, I'm just going to keep on grinding. And that's when I was like, I need to at least know, like, what am I shooting for here? Like, do I need to go level 35? And like I remembered at the last page of the strategy guide I was in, it was talking about level 30. The last level I saw in there was like level 30. And I was like, I don't know how to feel about this, but I'm at level 33. I'm just gonna see what happens now. And then I was able to just like mob all the way through there. And funny enough, I got to Hardgrine's castle. You know, I'm smashing shit. I'm like, all right, maybe I'll just grind around here for a little bit.
The last level in the fucking strategy guide is 35.
Oh yeah. So I'm like, I'm on level 33, and I'm like, I was like, you know what? I get here and I realize you can, you know, stay the night at the inn, and I'm like, clearly this is a mine hall, but I can stay the night. It's like, can I just grind here? It's like clearly this is all wrong.
Oh, I didn't think of that. Does it work if you don't use the thing? Does it stick?
So this was my experience. So I was like, okay, I saved. I was like, I'll just grind here, you know, and you know, I'm right outside there. I'm whacking stuff, you know, and I die, and it's of course the Prince of Cannock, you know, and I can't really do anything else, and so I'm like, all right. You know, what do? Let me go in there and heal myself. So I go in and I go to the freaking House of Healing. But since I can't heal myself, remember, I'm just like, oh, this still doesn't work. Like I thought I could come here and like revive and stay the night. I was like, so this doesn't really help me. So yeah, so that I was defeated, went back and ended up coming back and marching all the way through.
Okay. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, I would love to know. I didn't think to try that. I would love to know if when you exit without using the Charm of Rubus, if the healing that you did again sticks.
Oh, I mean, I definitely like went out, healed, went back out, grinded some more, healed. Like I never gained a level though. Yeah, I never gained a level, so that was the problem. Like I eventually,
I understand. Yeah, whatever.
Died, and I didn't really get to like fence test it. You know.
Yeah, I would expect what I would have assumed was the case is if when you walked back outside, the healing you had done at the inn would have disappeared because it's not a real inn. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I mean, if you didn't, I feel like there's no way. I understand you wouldn't take note of that if it was working. You know what I mean? But if it wasn't working, I feel like it would be impossible to not take notes. So if you were doing that, it must work. It must.
Yeah, it definitely worked because I noticed the work. I thought that's why I assumed everything else would have worked, and I was kind of thrown off that the House of Healing didn't because I was able to heal. And when I realized I couldn't like res, I ended up just marching my butt all the way back to the Roman Monolith with the same, obviously, like managing the same resources that I had,
right? You
know, to stay alive when I got there. You know, and I was able to make it alive without noticing some drop, like, oh, all my MP went away because I, you know, at this point I had exploded, so the princess was definitely doing magic and keeping the gentleman alive. So I would have noticed it.
Word. What was the final ratio? 33, 30. What was Pete at?
33, 30, and 24.
I'll get to it, but I wouldn't looked at the experience charts at Mike's. Wow. Okay. Yeah. Jabs. How did you eke out the saves coming through the end of the game?
Mine's very quick. I don't know that it's actually even terribly different than what I did for whatever the last episode was. I was outside of.
Well, you definitely weren't in Rome.
No. What I mean is, like, I might have leveled up in the same place. I did mine at Toon, right outside of town, just walking back and forth, killing fucking hunters and. What else is over there?
Comparatively, that is such
a dude.
What? I'm like, what?
I was like squeezing time in between finals and studying and fucking doing other shit. It was awful. Yeah, but so I was outside Toon, just fucking going at it, and yeah, honestly, nothing really super special to report. Like I said, the only thing I have to add, as far as the grind thing goes, is when you guys started talking about grinding outside in Rhone. I was like, man, I swear, once I got there, the first time I did it, I think I spent like a good amount of time just back and forth in that northern part, just going. So that all resonated with me. That sounds very familiar. The only other thing I have to add about the game to your RE random things that happen in the game, I was playing, like I play on a sped up timer. So it's just like, you know, my game's like 4 times faster just to facilitate the process to keep it moving. And I tried to trade something to myself. And so you trade jab items, trade Sword of Erdrick, trade to whom, jab. And it says, jab started to give it, Wait, Jab started to give it, but held on to it instead.
Oh, that's fucking awesome. That's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, that didn't occur to me. That's cool.
Instead of just like looping you back to like whatever and just being like, no, try again. It actually gives you a thing. It's like you're like a little apprehensive about giving something away.
Right? Yeah. That's awesome. I love these guys. I want to buy these guys a shot of tequila or something. Okay, so my grind. I had because I went through the end of the game goofy, I had a lot of things become significant that I don't think most players have become significant. So the first thing, even before I got into like this stretch of the game, when we came out of that shit, if you recall at the end of last episode, I didn't get the Thunderstaff from. I had done that fight, but I didn't get the Thunderstaff. So like the first thing I'm gonna do is go back and figure that the fuck out. So it wasn't narratively significant, so I didn't bring it up earlier, but that's the first thing I did. I go back to fucking Midenhall Prison, I go down there, I defeat that fucker, and I do get the staff, and I'm like, what the fuck, man? I don't know how it's possible. I just don't know. I know I killed it. I don't know. The only thing I think of is same thing as you as the water crest jab, that somehow I saved something, something happened.
Well, didn't we determine that maybe you had like an entirely full inventory?
Maybe that's probably whatever.
Because I had to go back and get it too. Yeah.
Okay.
At the same time.
Whatever the case, I went and did that. So that's a huge come up for the POM. We didn't talk about the numbers for it. It offers 15 AP over the Wizzy Wand and 15 over the Wizzy Wand's 8. And then it casts Infernos on a group of enemies when it uses an item, which blows the single enemy fireball spell the Wizzy Wand conjures out of the water, of course. I would quickly thought to reshuffle her inventory to get up to the top so it's most efficient for my life. And I was pretty thrilled about that. So I come rolling out of that, and I posted a screenshot of this, getting the staff, and I was merely intending to site convo about it, like our last episode, like just site convo that I had fucking, fixed the thing that I didn't do right for that episode, right? And then the fucking levee just breaks on the Lord Disciples making quips about clown farming and how it's the only way to truly make dough in this game, right? So they're citing the dough stacking cheese you can do with this staff, which is, we never did it as kids, Jab, at least that I recall, so it was a new experience for me in this case. But, I mean, it's been cropping up the second we started playing this game. This is the topic I would say has been spoken about most by the disciples on the Facebook page since we started playing this game. So I've been hearing about this nonstop, and I'm kind of like, I want to play the game naturally, whatever. I don't want to do shit like that in most cases. So I've kind of just blown it off, and I didn't really look up exactly what the flowchart was, whatever. But I've been hearing about it, and they're talking about it, so I go and sell this thing just to see, and you sell it for $19.5K. Which is, that is big money, right?
That's a fucking shield of strength right there.
Right.
You're 2K off from that. Wow.
It is. And it is also 3-ish away from just getting you a mink coat. And I was like, okay, I'll go down this road. I'll check this out just to fuck up for the first time in my life. If this is going to be the last time I play this game before I die, I'm going to get the mink coat before I get out of here. Yeah. And so, I do it, right? So you do have to go through the whole rigmarole of you have to save with the king and then reset, go through the fucking menu, restart the game in the natural flow of starting a game if you run OG hardware. And you have to do all that for the clown rabbi to respawn back in the dungeon. But it's back there. You beat his ass in a fucking heartbeat again. You get another staff. You have to have sold it, of course, but you get another staff if that's the case. And then you can fucking go sell it right at the item store, right in fucking Midenhall. You don't have to go anywhere even. And just rinse, repeat. You can save right there with the king, of course. So it's not a big loop that you have to do. So yeah, 3 of these babies, and I got 60 grand, and I'm off to fucking Tune to get my, or Welgar, wherever the hell it's at, to get my mink coat. And, I had to wreck my beautiful reorganization of the menu system, getting the staff over and over again that I had done. But other than that, there was no downside whatsoever to fucking
that's not a downside for what you get for it. That's crazy.
Right. Yeah, for sure. Even though, again, we've talked about the mink coat is not really a big come up, but it felt good nonetheless.
Right.
Yeah.
That's probably a mink coat in real life, honestly.
Interesting.
It might be, 60 grand? Sure. Yeah, you can get a mink coat in real life, yeah. If you want to do a 1-to-1 on the economy there. So then I would scoot off down to Welgarth, stopping off to Squirrel World Tree Leaf, of course, on the way, and get my POC up on the cutting edge of Torlin fashion. Pimp so hard a battle mage drag his mink on the floor. And this is the kind of publicity move that elevates a prince from a guy trying to develop his resume to a TikTok star rivaling the likes of Roach Fastfinger and Don Mahones of the Kingdom, making that kind of fashion come up, even though it's only a 5 defensive power bump over the magic armor drip that he was rolling with. So that felt good and was a little random thing. But then that got me rolling into actually playing the game here, and I would get my Maidenhall heir up to the quarter century mark right after getting into my Road of Roan grind. And this doing that made me think about, because I'm going into the home stretch of the game, how his level progression kind of contrasted against the home stretch of Dragon Warrior 1, and that would be a kind of a fun data comparison and definitely infographic. So I went back and dug out our numbers from the first side quest, or the first game side quest, so we could compare them. So Todd finished the first at level 23, had 149 HP, 94 AG, 139 AP, 97 defensive power, and that contrasts to my in numbers being 29, 116 strength, 86 agility, and 170 HP. So just to give you a little bit of the comparison there.
29.
Yeah. And then your guys' numbers. So Gent was at 21. Also had 149 HP, which seems like bullshit that you were 2 levels lower than me and had the same HP. Looking back to that, pissed me off a little bit. 84 agility, 128 attack power, 92 defense power. So how does that compare? So you were at 33. What was your HP?
Now, yeah. Oh, I have no idea. I didn't save that at all.
Well, you're going to need it for the fucking status update.
I know. Maybe I can load back to my, where did I load? Stayed in the game.
The music just rips in. That was great.
Audio mute toggle. Okay, yeah. Oh, I guess I saved it like right out of coming out of there, like after defeating Mara.
That's fine.
Like, oh, what do I do? Gentle Ma, 131 strength, 91 agility, maximum HP 188, attack power 211,
Almost
defense
twice
power 125, XP 334,728.
Yeah. I didn't compare XP, but okay, that's interesting. Lord Jab was at level 30. Good God! So it's funny that you completely flipped your script.
Yeah, I had a lot less going on.
HP was 210, agility was 120, attack power 180, and 82 defense power because buck naked, if you recall. What?
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
Yeah. What were your final numbers?
Oh, let me pull them up here. 99 strength. I was level 25. 99 strength, 70 agility, 134 maximum hit points, attack power 164, defense power 115.
Wow, I'm impressed you even beat the game.
I mean, I really cheated.
Well, yeah, that was fun. I knew that would be fun. So with what your boys' data to crunch in hand, I will be sure to dial up a sweet-ass infographic of those comparisons. I got a lottery ticket. So this is the thing I was saying about the fucking wizard ring stuff. So I got a lottery ticket at some random point from an orc king that I encountered, and I thought it pretty fitting that a monarch would have a gambling problem. But I got this lottery ticket, and I'm like, I hadn't even thought about these in fucking forever. The lottery
they
tickets,
fall off after the early game.
Yeah, you don't get them from things. So it was just interesting that I got one. But I got it and it incentivized me. I was like, oh, yes, I can get another Wizzy ring with that. So I was like going to save scum my ass to a Wizzy ring. And even save scumming, not a fun activity. I guess I could have, I could have played around. I think you did play around with this maybe and actually solved this answer, but I didn't remember what it was, of how close you can get to the actual spinning of the wheel with save scumming before it won't reseed. Yeah. I thought about doing
It's
that.
like you're done.
Right. But fuck it. Yeah, whatever. I did it a few times and I was like, fuck this shit.
Yeah.
So I just went
Take
with
your
it.
prize and go.
Would have been nice to have, but it did not happen. So PETA would hit 19 literally as I was trying to offer her to the science gods. Remember when I was like, okay, I'm going to go outside and see what happens with that monolith when someone kills, if he can revive people. So I literally go outside just to like make it more difficult than it has to be. Like I raise her level and I'm like, I'm not gonna, like fuck. I'm not gonna save scum that, so I hope this works. Or I don't want to save scum that, I should say. But yeah, I go out to do that, she levels up and then dies. So pretty fun little fucking happenstance. And I also had, doing in this grind, I had and this had not happened to me at any point in the game, one of the giants pulled off a heroic attack. Did you guys see these?
One got me. An attack bot got the my POC. Actually, that's why I went to the Roan monolith with a dead POC, because an attack bot caught him with a heroic attack.
Crits, yeah. And I don't remember those happening earlier in the game. Do you guys?
Yeah.
That was a new. Did it feel significant to you?
Yeah. I mean, I got some, and I've seen them happen here. Yeah, but definitely didn't remember them earlier in the game.
Yeah, I think I might have seen
this
one.
This is the time for heroic shit to happen.
Yeah, that's wild. Again, just I don't know. I guess really the significance of it is to me is like all those other things. How just like you think this game is what it is, and then here at the end they do so many things that are just like unique to your experience, and that's interesting choices. Yeah, fuck it. I had one of those giants did a thing and absolutely murked PETA for 139 HP, and that was like far more than I expected her to ever have. let alone where she was at the time. So the following squad right after that, I get into a party. I get into a fight with a party of giants, and they dropped a chest with my first Sword of Destruction in it. And this is a whole fucking thing, guys. So my first thought, Sword of Destruction, I'm like, okay, that must be some lame cursed bullshit. But after a quick consult of Mad Mike's Neighborhood RPG Center, I was like, this is, clearly defines it as the best weapon in the game. And holy goddamn Moses, it's a 28 bump over the light sword. Ooh. So, like, I'm out here trying to grind against these enemies that are hard. So I'm like, I should take this into consideration. So, yeah, I mean, I was fucking 93 added AP was my total on top of my strength with having this thing equipped. So I'm like, okay, that's 13 over what I was in line above it on the Mike's chart, the Thunder Sword, with a plus 80. So it's the best in the game, period. Not just if you don't have the Thunder Sword. So I'm like, okay, like, I don't know how I missed that, but I don't have it yet. I'm going to have to go back. I can at least roll with this maybe until I do that. So I do so. I take this thing out. I start using it. Only the Maidenhall heir can equip it, of course. You equip it, and it tells you you're cursed. It says Todd 2 was cursed. So it's like they throw in that dagger with the 2. I thought it was fun. But you know you're cursed, so it's like there's no question to it. But I'm looking at those numbers. I'm weighing the pros and cons. I know I can go back, or I think I can go back and get it off at some point. I think I'm going to get the Thunder Sword later. Yada, yada, yada. And then Todd hits 26 not long after that, and I land my first tremendous blow with this thing equipped, and it does 213 damage on a Cyclops. Like, yeah, whoa is fucking right. So I'm like, fuck it. I'm like, show me the part of that math that's tainted by your world is round, curses are real propaganda. Right. Fuck off. Show me the curse. Show me the fucking curse with doing 213 damage. I don't see it. So yeah, I start fucking just playing with this shit, and like I'm playing, and like I notice, like, I'm grinding with this. I'm not paying close attention. So shit's flying by, and like I said, I can't stop really easily to catch a fast-going message on this fucking emulator. But I keep like seeing some shit maybe happening while I'm just blowing through stuff, but I can't read. It's going way too quick to read it. I finally am able to freeze the screen, and it says, Todd attacked. No movement was possible, for the curse had frozen Todd's body. And I'm like, oh, okay. So that's the fucking deal. So sometimes, like, I'm noticing I'm not doing damage, but I didn't realize what was causing it, and like I just didn't register as like a serious problem. So, then the frequency that's happening was not enough, even knowing now that it's definitely the curse, to get me off this shit. So I'm like, it's not really happening that fucking frequently. So I'm like, fuck it. I keep rolling. And until I decided, like, until I get in and get that Thunder Sword, I'm just going to hang on to this fucker and go with it. And then I go back to Baran to test out. It's like, okay, if I'm going to stick with it, I at least want to fence test. I don't want to go further with the grinding. I want to fence test to see what the flowchart is for getting it off. So I go back to Baran, I go to the HOH, and you go in there, and it cost me at the time 2,600 gold, which is not, I mean, at this point in the game, gold means nothing anyways, but that's not a lot even if it wasn't. So I go in there, the guy says, the curse is like a virus, of course, the medicine should remove it. It works, the sword's gone from your inventory, but that's it. There's no long-term downside. So I'm like, okay, fine, fuck it. Rolled it, load, go back to the home base and monolith, and just start rolling with this shit. And then I go, so like, we haven't talked about it. I don't know the specifics of it. I go to Mike's GeoCity site to look at the footnote, like see what exactly this is. And it says there that you lose HP when you attack.
Yeah.
But I never noticed that happening. So I think that's maybe the first time that Mike's RPG Center has ever been wrong about anything. But I wasn't noticing, like I said, it wasn't, yeah, I mean, it's suggesting that you're literally losing HP off your character. If it is, it's nominal again. So again, there's just no fucking reason to not do this. There's no reason.
How often did it prevent
Not
you from
often enough, man. Not often
Give me a
enough.
number. 1 out of...
So, okay, yes, I get into it. I'm like, it doesn't tell you in the fucking, on Mike's RPG Center. I'm trying to pay attention. Face shit discourse with the Lord Disciples suggests it's somewhere between 25 and 50%.
That would be...
Yes, it sounds like a lot. In practice, did not feel like it was that much.
Huh.
Yeah, I mean, the shit be calling me, man. The shit be calling me. I fucking did not at all think the downside was worth it. And these roan enemies give you insane XP. So I'm just with this thing, I am just plowing through grinding here. I get to a 26, 24, 20 ratio deal. And that's around when I started thinking. I was like, this game, it's not as bad as people are suggesting. Like, it's not going poorly. And like, all the more reason, Jay, that's what I was saying. Like, you just got to get to Roan, man. Once you can start doing this, especially if you can implement this fucking little hack, it's fucking cake to raise levels here.
Well, the funny thing is I actually got the Sword of Destruction and never used it because I noticed that, I looked up Mike's and I was like, I don't want to lose HP when I attack. Like, it looks way better. But when
the downside's got to be too great, right?
Yeah, by the time that I got it and I was like slicing people down, I'm like, yeah. So
and I'm that's the thing.
Looking at it in my inventory.
You got the Thunder Sword. If I had got the Thunder Sword, I never would have done this either.
Yeah.
But it was not. It was that gap that led me to taking the chance, right? So
that's fair.
I'm out here grinding, doing that shit with the Sword of Destruction, and then I get a random drop of the Gremlin armor in Roan, and obviously cursed. It's Gremlin, of course, but it drops that, and I'm thinking to myself, like, I'm already cursed. Is rocking with cursed shit my new thing? Like, am I like, is this my new hobby?
Does this game have the ability to process multiple curses? Like, once you're cursed, does it just count you as cursed?
Exactly. So I started fence testing. Sure enough, it's the best armor in the game. It gives you 50 defensive power, which is 15 over the armor of Gaia, and plus 10 over Erdrick's Strip. So again, even if I go back and get that shit, this is still better. It's only worth 4,800 gold when sold, so might as well try to use it. The Sword of Destruction contrasted is actually worth some dough. You can sell those for 11,250, so not
still
a bad.
Nothing like clown farming, though.
Right, definitely not. But so yeah, I tried equipping it, and I noticed no new detriments. The freeze thing was still happening, of course, but not any more frequently than with just the sword. So yeah, I went Googling, like, do I want to keep this shit too? And maybe even go find another Gremlin tail and put that motherfucker on. For, I guess it's the shield or the helmet, I'm not even sure, but either way, it's probably, given the pattern here, better and more helpful. So I'm digging around pretty thoroughly to find some like definitive information on this, and I found a random Game FAQ forum post. So you can take that for what you will. It may not be the most reliable source, but it was really well written, and like it seemed believable enough as not some QAnon shit by like the wording and the syntax the person was using, that they had done some serious research before saying any of this shit. But the flowchart they gave was any cursed item, any one of these things, does give you a 50% chance of freezing in battle. So any one of them you put it on, it's a 1 out of 2 situation. Again, I don't feel that way, but that's what the numbers say. And they did not suggest that it stacks. So if it's linear stacking and the number's 50%, I never would have hit anything. So it can't linearly stack, if at all. So it's definitely not totally game breaking to roll with this and have this huge bump. And yeah, I just decided to fucking go with it, man. I'm like, my plan is I'm gonna like the worst thing I have to do is go back. Like, this thing also tells you when you go back and get uncursed, it doesn't even stack the uncursing. If you do one uncursed thing, it takes it all off. So even if gold mattered, it wouldn't, whatever.
Right.
So yeah, there's just, seemingly no fucking downside for it. Once I would go back and get the shit, and I saw the things a handful of times, the fail state, like, I eventually would go back, but I think it's totally feasible. to fucking play this game with all broken shit.
Sounds like it.
Yeah, or with cursed shit, and that is just wild. That you were like genuinely incentivized to do this, because the cursed shit in the first one
is pretty punitive.
Yeah, it kills you. The belt kills you. It like
the belt and the necklace will kill you.
Yeah, they like strangle you to death. So very different curse mechanics. Yeah, I thought that just so fucking interesting.
Yeah.
And there's actually a break too, and it's, I don't know if you guys looked at the fucking, they tell you about it half-assedly, but they do tell you about it in the strategy guide. They tell you about this whole thing. So there's a glitch with this shit where you can go back, get uncursed, and it doesn't re-jigger the numbers unless you go look at your status screen or level up. So if you keep this shit when you're ready to go the end game, or go through the end game rather, and as long as you don't look at your menu and pull the status screen up, and you can use the other menus, you can fucking use items and open shit, whatever. You can do with other things. You just can't go to the status screen. So as long as you don't do that, or get a level up, which I guess maybe if you really want to lean on this, you would have to kind of look at your numbers and make sure you're not going to get a level up as you're going through the end game.
Which would be pretty easy, because again, you can run from things. It's really not that crazy.
Right. Or just get yourself leveled up right again, just after a level up rather.
Then you go.
Yep.
Right.
In late game, there's enough experience where you could do that for all three of your characters probably and be okay. So if you really wanted to lean on it. But yeah, and you can just do that. And you don't need to equip anything. That's all. You don't even need to have the other shit. You don't even need to go get the Thundersword or anything. It'll just leave those numbers on you unless you do one of those things for the rest of the game, which is fucking incredible.
Interesting.
Really, really crazy little game-breaking deal there. So that was it for me for random shit. It was a long, wild thing, but that was the last thing before I would fucking get to my final numbers, which were 29, 27, 22, when I put my foot in Malroth's ass and went on my retirement tour rather. So the last thing we have is the spells run here. Defeat was one I got. My POC hit 100 KXP to get to 23 and get this. And this is about as good, I think, as you can get with a RPG spell name. Defeat is a very good name. And this works on all enemies. The description is, in some ancient books, the spell is described as the spell of death. When the spell is chanted, the enemy's blood solidifies. That's great visualization, I think.
Yeah, I was using it outside of Toon, and that it was useful there. I feel like the enemies that I was leveling with at the time were susceptible to it enough that I could fairly rely on it.
That's the thwack resistance on the wiki.
Oh, okay.
There you go. Yeah, good parallel there, or good connection. The POM gets the exploded shit at 19, and that's described as, again, an all-enemy thing. When the spell is used, the energy in the air around your enemies explodes. This is a devastatingly powerful spell. And yeah, it's a Rimwrecker for sure. There's really not anything else to say about it. The POC gets revived for his Silver Quest anniversary at 25. The description for that is it's a one-ally deal. During a long journey, one of your allies may, i.e. will, be defeated. By kneeling over the body and using the spell, a ray of light will be cast over this character and her spirit will return. And making dead people not dead is a very useful RPG mechanic. And it's total game changer, basically. I think this is probably my favorite spell. I think it just changed the way you have to approach everything in the game, really, to be honest with you. As long as it's not the fucking POC dying, of course.
Yep.
The POM gets her own step guard at 21, which, again, I mentioned earlier, was fucking like, I laughed out loud, I think. I was like, what the fuck point of that? But it's actually pretty useful in Hargon's Castle, and being able to decide whose MP is going to get drained by doing that.
Yep.
And then there are 3 spells in the manual I never got to. Jay, you probably got these with your ridiculous leveling, but Open, Sacrifice, and Chance.
Yep.
You got all 3 of them?
Yep, I got Open, and I didn't use it until, I think I may have used it once, like at the very end, just because I was like, oh, let me just use that one time. Sacrifice I used angrily after knowing a battle was going to like end, and I just needed to go like resurrect anyway because one person was already dead, and I was like, F you two, sacrifice and kill the whole group and move on, and go res everybody.
Well, hopefully.
So I mean, that one was not. I didn't really use that one. It was, it was kind of there, just I guess a just in case kind of a measure, but I didn't really use it. And then I did not get Chance, since Chance you had to get level 25 and I was 24.
Okay.
So I did not get that one.
Yeah, they're open. It's like I don't. It's weird to me. They're like there's no way you get to this level without having all 3 keys. And why would you want to drain MP instead of using? I mean, I guess the only thing logic
inventory maybe
exactly. Yeah, you can pitch your keys, I guess. But I mean, I know I mentioned inventories at a premium, but it's not that much of a fucking premium.
I don't know though, but at this point, I had like 158 max magic, I think, for PETA. So like, if I needed a throwaway magic, I just used the Prince of Canic at this point, really, because like he could hit hard enough, and I didn't really need to use him for magic otherwise. He was more of like a support magic, so I could see that. But you're right, at the point where you get it now, it's kind of like I don't even really need these keys, do I?
Right? Yeah. You have the gold key in the Cave Nerone, and then the jailer key deal in the castle, and that's it for fucking.
And I'm not going back and forth, so at this point.
And I'm not taking the chance either. Like that's my big thing is like.
Yeah, I'm not pitching
what
keys out. Yeah,
in those fucking spots.
Yeah.
Like, I did think about getting people, if I had money and time, I did think about getting Shield of Strength for characters so they could use it in battle.
To heal,
but again,
although heal more is not any fucking actual help in the in game.
By the time you get end game, it's really not
yes,
that big of a
it is.
deal.
Are you kidding me?
No heal. You're thinking of heal all, Jay. You're not thinking of heal.
No. I'm talking about heal more. So I would heal at least maybe just because my.
I was doing it.
Enough.
I would do that. Yeah, I would use it, I guess, in the battle too,
Yeah.
because he's not doing anything else anyways. But you said yours could do damage, so you're not using it.
No, but I'm saying like I would use heal more on the Prince of Canic because it healed like freaking 80-some health or something at that point, and I could save the magic for heal all and explode at for the Prince. So like if he's swinging and maybe just doing an increase or defense, I can't remember which one he had. I really don't need much magic.
It's not worthless, but again, that's pretty like you're never gonna. Or you're not never gonna, I guess, situational, but like it would be very hard, I think, to make the choice to ever forego the melee damage that the Prince is gonna do that you would have to forego to use the Shield of Strength as an item. And yeah, I guess it would be maybe useful for the POM, but again, because it only works on that individual character and that you can't like cast it onto someone else, it's yeah.
Well, then she's not casting heal all on herself, which is helpful, I guess.
Right. I get
it's minutia at that point.
Yeah,
I would say.
exactly. Yeah, very, very fine line. So sacrifice is described as, according to myth, this spell was used to give humans a good heart. The character who chants this spell will defeat all enemies, but will pay so with his or her life. This spell is also known as a self-sacrifice spell. Yeah, the POC gets this at level 28, and it has no resistance tag in the game code, meaning it works without fail against any and all enemies except bosses. And the one downside to that, or other than dying, of course. But the one downside is you don't get XP or gold from the enemies when you kill them this way. So that's an interesting choice. And then chance. And it just says uncertain and fucking in a parenthetical. And then describes it as, this spell is not listed in any of the ancient books. Even its existence is questionable. Some say that this is a devastating spell, while others say that even the person who uses it does not know what will happen. No one has actually seen this spell being used. And this is the POM's last spell at level 25. It costs 15 MP, the highest along with Revive, to use. And I googled what the fuck it does, and it does one of 8 possible things. It can do a party-wide heal of 20 to 44 HP, meaningless. It can do a party-wide heal, fully restore heal, and dead allies revive. So that's pretty lit, of course. And it can cast increase on the full party, raising their defensive power. It can do sleep on all enemies, ignoring immunities. It can do defense on all enemies, ignoring immunities. It can do defeat on all enemies, not ignoring immunities. So convoluted. It can do confuse on all enemies, which is a spell that is not otherwise present in the game. Right. So that's super interesting. And then it says summon something scary, enemies flee, and that is exact verbiage. So it doesn't really explain, but basically they flee. So no waiting is mentioned in the wiki, so I believe it's a 12.5% chance of any one of them happening. And the last 3 do not work on bosses, also according to the wiki, but I heard accounts otherwise from Lord Disciples in Facebook page banter. So theoretically, you could summon something scary and have Malroth flee, if that's the case, which is
It'd be a good save scum thing to test.
Yes, though very, very fun. So yeah, this spell is, I mean, you mentioned sacrifice being a last-ditch effort. I think chance is a last-ditch effort. That's literally shit. You're just in a party wipe situation, and fuck it.
See what happens.
Let's just see what fucking happens. But either way, it is a way more fun final spell than the Hurt More that Dragon Warrior 1 offered. Our last few pages of Unveiled Secrets of Dragon Warrior 2. We kick off the home stretch of the guide on page 25 with Route 40, the Sea Cave. They recommend a pretty huge jump from the last level reco, level 23 for Welgarth before heading here, so they expect you to do 5 levels to get to the Sea Cave. I beat the game at 29, Jab at 25. You don't need to be 28 to go to the Sea Cave.
It's a pain, but not that much of a pain.
Right, yeah, very overly cautious. They use the language to cross the island shoal to describe the moon fragment use, and that's the wording that triggered me getting this. To cross it, you know, as opposed to it disappearing.
Yeah. Still there, just under you.
Right. Proceed into the cave, but watch out for 2 ferocious monsters, and left of which they have a screenshot of the battle with the 2 evil clown lovers. And I mean, at level 28, these dudes would just piss down their legs and melt as soon as you walk down the stairs. Like, I bait them without batting an eye at 24, so it is pretty funny. Jay, hit us with the tips here, please.
If you are not careful while in the cave, Evil Eye and Puppet Man may reduce your MPs. Safeguard your MPs, for you will need your attack and restore spells. Wandering into the Magma Zone will cause a loss of HPs.
Magma Zone, that's pretty fun. Page 26 covers routes 41, 2, and 3, which span the dipping of your toe into the cave to Roan, copying the life crest, and then heading back out to Monolith Island, which is not at all how succinctly I navigated this flowchart, but I guess I didn't. I could have used the fuck. I could have streamlined my life by using the strategy guide.
Which is ostensibly the entire point of this podcast.
Right. Well, no, not entirely. It's to contrast the strategy guide usage versus not, in my opinion. But the use of the Eye of Malroth at the small pond south of Roan, and there they go again, calling poisonous bogs ponds, which I think is very errant verbiage. But Jab, hit us with the tips for Route 42 about the life crest.
Searching the left corner of the first floor of the cave may offer a reward. Beware of the horks.
So that's not fucking right. They're talking about the first floor. You go into the cave, and first of all, what is a left corner? That's not a thing. There's not such thing as a left corner. You got to have 2 corners. You know, it's square. There are 2 left corners.
Yeah, it's bottom, right.
Yeah, but both the pit you want and the chest are in the southeast corner, which would be the right bottom right corner.
Right corner.
Yeah, so just fucking wrong. Just fucking wrong.
I guess I'll go.
Glad I didn't need this.
Right, exactly.
And that's
exactly why
a
I'm
bad
not
place to get that tip too, because if you go all the way to the left and there's nothing over there, you're getting in a fight every 3
So
seconds.
many horks.
That's a very attrition-minded fucking error there for sure.
And you can even see in the fucking thing, like if you can ascertain from the positioning of the stairs and the chest, it's not in the left.
Well, they don't show you the corners, which is
They
really
don't show you the corners, but like, I mean, you can. I don't know.
It's only the bottom, I guess. You can at least get it's the bottom, but you don't know that it's definitely the left or right side.
Right. Maybe I'm inferring because I already know.
Yeah. No, yeah, they don't show the side walls, so. I mean, at least, I guess. Well, you know, if these motherfuckers, if you were like cornering these son of a bitches in the office, and they've already noticed this is an error. They know this is an error at this point. You hope, anyways. But you corner them, they would say, well, you know. Well, it's still wrong though, because it's the right. So no, never mind.
Yeah.
I was saying at least if they said it was left and it was the bottom left, you could at least combine the words and the picture and get there. But it's not. It's the wrong side entirely.
It's
so
pure wrong.
Yeah, it's just there's no defending it. Come to think of it. A fabulous present from the Holy Spirits, the charm of Rubus. And the tips read, if you can keep possession of all the crests, a trip to the monolith of Rubus could lead to obtaining the charm of Rubus. And I wasn't aware crests could be lost.
Page 27 is Routes 44 and 5, the Cave to Roan and Roan on the Hole, and they recommend level 30 for this. And maybe accurate. I don't like that one. I don't want to talk shit about that one. Yeah, that could be whatever. I love the copy for this cave. Reads, such a terrible labyrinth. Once you lose your way, you may never find it again. Hold on as you go through the ultimate loop maze. And they also mention you must obtain the Thunder Sword and call it a most powerful weapon. And they have screenshots of both it and the Armor of Erdrick's location, and you can, they instruct you to cross-reference those with the Labyrinth map, which I'm guessing means the Packin map, unless this book also came with a better one we don't know about. So I tried Googling around trying to find that, hoping there was, couldn't find one, so I don't know if they are referencing that or not, but not sure. What in the actual fuck is going on with your boy Don Mahone here? His hands are, they're up and spread out, his eyes are wide, his tongue is full out, like this dude, kind of looks like he's on Molly to me. It looks like he's having a little Molly moment here.
He's clearly ecstatic because, like, you can save HPs here. Look.
Yeah, he's super wired. The one screenshot is of the monolith, and the headlines above that read, "Look, the cave." And they just did such a bad job with this book. There's just so much shit that's wrong.
It's really not that good.
Yep. I wonder if it is the best, too. Like, yeah, this is the one I found, but I wonder if there's some other alternative that we could have been using that was better, or more importantly, the players at the time could have been using. Route 46 on page 28 reads, Midenhall, ? Careful not to be deceived. That's the titling, and they recommend level 35 here. And, yeah, I mean, I read that and thought to myself, like, my God. And I went straight to Mike's RPG tables, or his experience tables, rather, on his GeoCity site. And yeah, so level 35 on the tank is 380 XP. And I saw that and I was like, fucking kill me now, man. There's no way.
380.
Oh, that's not even
380K.
Yes.
Oh, that's not even that much farther than where I was. I'm like, not too far there.
We know you played the game right.
Right, yeah. And so the tables, they go up to 1 million. It's interesting how they did this, I guess, how they max this out. So all characters max out at 1 million experience points. And the levels for that are different on each one. You can go to level 50 for the tank, and that's 1 million experience. You can go to level 45 for your POC, which, kill me. That's and that's also 1 million experience. And then PETA, the POM, can get to 35 at 1 million experience points. So I just thought that interesting how that broke down. And what is this Midenhall Castle? It does appear to be the castle, but Hargon's magic has created this illusion. Take heed. And the Mahone is pictured here too, and he's mean-mugging with a finger wag of warning. So Don Mahone is going through this experiencing dramatic mood swings, just like someone on a Molly binge would do. And pages 29 are devoted to our final route, 47, At Last, Hargon's Castle. And they're still at level 35 for this reco. And then they have the first full floors map and tell you to use the Eye of Malroth in what I'm fairly certain is a spot that would not work 3 steps south of the center square and the barrier tile room. Motherfuckers. Quickly, to Hargon's Sorcerer's Chamber. You will have to battle 3 strong monsters before reaching Hargon's chambers. Then you must do battle with Hargon. They have the 3 mini-bosses and the Hargon sprites pictured, though Bazuzu has a red color palette instead of a purple. But I guess that's not nearly as criminal a error as many of the others here. The last page is headlined, Finally, Malroth has appeared. And there's a screenshot of his sprite, but it's partially obscured by a large question mark over top of it. And then Don Mahone is next to it in a fighting stance with his staff held out. Yet another significant mood swing. And then a shit ton of copy I never would have guessed in a zillion years would be here in the strategy guide. So let us read it. So here, they take the time to tell us about this thing that I described, about the fucking cursed bullshit, but they fuck it up. It says, Malroth is the latest of the evil enemies between you and the faithful completion of your mission. In doing battle with Malroth, you have a difficult decision to make. You can battle Malroth with the weapon and armor you now use, or elect to use a little more risky method. If you have chosen the more risky method, then I must share some protected secrets with you. As you know, the cursed weapons and the armor you found possess great strength. However, to equip them has meant risking damage to yourself. Wait, you are now in Hargon's cursed castle. If you have possession of the Sword of Destruction and Gremlin's armor, you can equip yourself with them and receive no damage to yourself. I must caution you, though, raising your experience level or using the equip command could interfere with the success of your mission. So they tell you about it, but completely fuck it up. Like, or They don't tell you about it. They tell you a complete, like, I guess they tell you to use the shit. So I guess that is there. So you'll get the benefits doing it, but they don't explain it at all, exactly what's happening.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, like never mind. I thought they were talking about like being resistant to damage, but
right. It's why, this is why, you know, like, again, like even going out and talking to these, or even talking to the Lord Disciples and shit on the Facebook page about this as I was going through it, like you're getting like fragments of wrong information and like misinformation, and like people have kind of the story but not all of it. And it's because there's these things were poorly done at the time, and just they planted these seeds in kids' head and they're still there from fucking 30 years ago. You know, these wrong things. It's fucking rough. So at the bottom of this last page, they offer us the opportunity to sign up for their snail mailing list for Dragon Warrior 3 info. Yes, please. I can't ever have enough of shit arrive in my mailbox at age 9, so I'd have fucking been all over that. And this is a fucking great RPG, guys. I am so damn pleased. I tackled this in-game, finally, and did it at least kind of the right way. It was just beyond satisfying with creativity and shit. I don't know, Jay, this, I mean, how, compared to the first one, like, I don't know. Good, bad, fucking experience. Tell me things.
The first one was unexpectedly good. I did not expect to have a good time with the first one. This one, because I was excited to play it, I was expecting still more, and it was still good. You know, I definitely, especially earlier on our first couple episodes, I wanted to keep playing right then. You know, but time, you know, based on the time that it was, you know,
I was excited to get back, especially these last few. I was super excited to get back to playing each time. Yeah,
it's a type of game that I feel like if it wasn't, obviously if it wasn't for this podcast, I wouldn't have played it. But like if it wasn't for the confines of like, all right, let's stop here so we can record type of thing, I probably would have beat this a while ago. You know what I mean? So the grind at the end definitely was disappointing. And like, oh, the Cave of Rome was such a freaking struggle for sure.
You were so elated though in the group chat. You were so elated.
Like I was like, give me some maps. Like I need like YouTube videos. And when I realized I was going down all the wrong directions, like I don't feel bad now because I've already gone through all these places already and just haven't found the right one yet. And it's it was a lot. It was a lot of emotional roller coaster, but definitely gets the blessing. Still a solid game. It still makes me, like I said, want to now go play 11, since I started playing that. Was like, oh, the descendants of Hargon, and I'm like, who was Hargon at the time? Now we know. So
for me, it's 3. Bring on the next one. 3. I want to go through them in fucking order, and I want to see where that Dragon Lore shit goes. Yeah, I want to see the, again, how it is a little. I'm glad that I fucked around with 11, and I have like some idea of what it gets to and where it's at, but I didn't finish it, so I didn't, you know, I don't know everything about where the story's at. And I think that was, I didn't know I was making that choice at the time, but it was the perfect choice to stop playing that and do this. Because yes, I think it will be such a great payoff if I can find some way to get through all these games and then play 11 with all that done in you know, chronological order. I think it'll be fucking incredible. So yeah, it absolutely gets the blessing from me as well. Jab. How what would you kind of were bitching there, and then you safe scum through it. I know that was part of life, but do you have a negative overall opinion of it?
No, I have a very positive opinion of it. It expanded on the world of the first one, you know, not only physically, but like they built more story for like the kingdoms around and the different towns and whatnot. There's like a fishing village, and there's a fucking, you know, a pirate ship crash and whatnot. So I just appreciate, with almost any story that I like, I always appreciate any universe expansion that I can get. A lot of people aren't like, you know, like Star Wars is a good example. Like, you know, people won't like anything that's not just the movies. And I'm like, well, you know, good or bad or whatever, like it just offers me more interesting things to read about, more interesting stories to develop with my own imagination, creativity. And this is, I mean, I talked about it countless times. In fact, in this episode, I said it was pretty much the only thing I brought to the table, which is just like creativity and analyzing different, you know, little things in this game. You know, recognizing, I'm looking at it right now, recognizing those those 4-tile water ponds in Hargon's castle as like little courtyards, like, and then you just kind of imagine what that might look like. And you know, I don't know. I appreciated this game. It actually painted a really nice picture. it told a really good story with the limited tools that it had, and it made use of them very creatively. So yeah, I like this game a lot.
Yeah, that last part to me, I think again, I agree. The story's fucking great. The game to me, I don't, like I said, I had all sorts of justifications for what people call are fucked up aspects of it. So all that's fine. To me, the most shining thing is all those little things they did with this tool set that I didn't think they would be able to do, or I didn't even know that I would have, that
I wouldn't have expected them to do it. Yeah,
just the setting, and I'm so curious. That's maybe the thing I'm most curious about the third installment is like, did they realize they were doing it, and do they recognize that it made this game better, that players didn't expect it, that it was cool, that they were like, okay, and then they developed that in 3 further, or does it take them longer to understand that some of the things they did here were, the green dragon thing, like whatever, like to them that, like I said, that it didn't nostalgic nods didn't exist then. So like they did it there, that was a fun little thing they did, but do they realize that is part of this story world's like fiber yet? And do they bring it? Does it become a norm here, or do they have to find their way a little further down the line to realize that was a cool thing that they should have had in all of them? You know what I mean? The little stuff like that. I'm just really excited to see them as a company and this fucking whatever, to see that develop almost as much as I am to see the actual story world develop. And that's a really cool thing that you could enjoy both, because usually if you are thinking about things that are breaking the fourth wall in so many cases, it's taking away from the story or your enjoyment of or your immersion of it. But in this case, it was so good on both sides of it that I want to see both. And that's, to me, that's just a really good game development accomplishment, I think.
Yeah, they did a hell of a job. I liked it a lot.
Word. Okay, man. So that's fucking Dragon Warrior 2 as far as the Imperial Schools of Honor podcast sees it. So, we are certainly going to play 3. I think that's kind of a given based on what we all said here. But there is an interim period between now and then, gentlemen. And can we fucking play Phantasy Star 2 now or what?
Well, you
talk to my representative.
Yeah, for me, you have to talk to the union. You give us like a list of choices, essentially. Like, what was it last time?
Yes. So yeah, actually, we do have that. I can pull that document up, I suppose. And again, we're not looking to,
because obviously the game has to be out. I want to play the Final Fantasy Legend games for Game Boy, because I've played them and I like them and I know them. I only want to do things that I am comfortable with.
Yeah, that's definitely not what we're going to do next. So on the NES, we have Legend of Zelda, which I'd love to talk about. I'd love to talk about the fucking
chance, you say?
VR iteration of that.
Why? It's a good game.
That's crazy too, because they have. I remember they have the Tips and Tactics, the Legend of Zelda Tips and Tactics book, and I went through those books recently. That and the Mario one, the How to Fucking Tricks Mario, whatever it is, and they're both really good strategy guides. So they would be fun accompanying literature. So we also have Willow. There's a Nintendo Power feature, but not a strategy guide I could find. Crystallis, same thing, a Nintendo Power feature, but not a strategy guide. Swords and Serpents was an interesting thing we talked about on the main podcast. I don't know if this has ever come up, Jab, but that's a 4-player, dropped in 1990 from Interplay and Acclaim, and it's a 4-player, kind of like, it's very, honestly, very, fucking Swords of the, what's it called? Swords of the Genesis one. So, Warriors of the Eternal Sun. It's very like that, and like this windowed kind of real-time cave crawling deal. Okay. But you can play 4 players with the NES Satellite or fucking Fourscore, and that means 4 players are doing that real time.
Yeah.
I mean, like a modern MMO kind of, to some degree or another. And that just had to be fucking mind-blowing. And, like, it's actually very well revered, like, even though it's fucking Acclaim. Interplay, that's who did the Fallout games and shit, Jab. I don't know if you made that connection or not. But these guys are known for doing this kind of game well, even if Acclaim released it for them. So it's got a good developer. It's well revered. You can play 4 players at it simultaneously. And I know it would be a nightmare to schedule and figure out. But it's a really interesting new way to do it, and we could even bring in a lure disciple, which is kind of fun too. or even just like I don't know. I don't think it would guest spots, whatever. I don't know. That's
It
a whole.
would probably
whole
be
thing
tricky to
figure
get an emulator to work in that manner. I would imagine.
I don't think so. I think Parsec would do it no problem. Jay and I are doing fucking Parsec stuff all the time.
If you guys have already done shit, then yeah. maybe
Yeah,
it would.
we do. The part it's. I don't think we ever that wasn't around or we hadn't found it when you and I
we
were
tried
trying
to do Rampage together or something. Oh my god.
Yeah,
fucking.
it was
nightmare.
a nightmare. But yeah, the Parsec essentially it acts as like it turns someone's computer into a host computer, and everyone just their controller plugs into like the host computer. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it runs it on one, so you don't need multiple. As long as everyone's internet connection is working, you don't need everyone's emulator to like constantly be in sync. You know, it does all that as a standalone application. Okay. And then the last one, Star Tropics for Nintendo. There's Nintendo Power.
These are all good choice. That's the last one.
For NES, and then on SMS we have Ultima 4. Suicide Instead, probably
for the Avatar.
Yes,
I am interested in that game actually.
It's supposedly the best one. It's the one with the morality system. It's
early morality system. Probably the first morality system.
Yeah, Jay quit the podcast a few seconds ago, but I mean it's
okay.
it's interesting. You know, SMS might not be the way to do it. It does hit NES eventually. It's probably better on there. I don't know. I mean, honestly, to be honest with you, SMS RPGs don't tend to be good, but I don't know anything about which system it's better on. And then lastly, we have the Genesis, and we have Phantasy Star 2, of course, and then Sword of Vermilion is one we keep seeing, too, that there is actually a legit strategy guide for, and there's, of course, a legit strategy guide for Phantasy Star 2. I've already shared that with you guys. So both those have really good strategy guides that we can
I've heard of all these, actually, so it seems like we can't make a bad choice.
Sword of Vermilion is one that, like, it seems very fucking kind of barren and boring on the surface, but Jay and I have been seeing magazine stuff that make it seem like it has more going on underneath the hood than it lets on up front. So
we have time to discuss.
Plenty of time to discuss.
We're not going to do it right now.
No, we're not. But yeah, those are the options. So we shall see. But that's the option set, and that list is of course on the ISOH public Google Drive that everyone has access to and is in the show notes if you want to weigh in on the Facebook page and or Instagram and tell us what we should be doing with our lives. It was a pleasure, gentlemen. Subscribe to the pod on the platform provided whatever dumbass content that stirs up your pottery. Please rate and leave positive shit for the pod on whatever platform you do listen to us on if you enjoy our nonsense. The website is nyhentertainment.com/ISOHpod. Email us directly at isohpodcast@gmail.com. Follow the pod and banter with us on the Facebook page, Instagram, and subreddit. Talk shit to us about our gameplay videos on the YouTube. Links to all those will be in the show notes. We don't have a Patreon, but if you like giving money to things podcasts just tell you to and would like to do so at our direction, the Able Gamers Foundation creates custom gaming rigs for gamers with disabilities, and that's cool as fuck. AbleGamers.org is where you can find them. T-shirts are on the website. They're dope. Proceeds on those after pod expenses go to Able Gamers. Jab, talk to us about your socials.
I would do no such thing because I have none.
MPO Box 0031 on Instagram. Actually, Jay, what are your socials?
Gentleman JB without the second E.
I am on Instagram at MyShiftKeyIsBroke. I'm on Twitter at Josh Folan. My Oculus tag is MyShiftKeyIsBroke as well. Okay, bye. Later.
Bye.